No. No. This is not the problem.
Okay, can you hear me now? Maybe. I think, okay. So there is an echo. I was explaining that we managed to open 7 transnational and virtual access calls, giving access to more than 300 weeks of access within this research infrastructure. We also provide services that you can see here as an example, some of them are materials acceleration platform for hybrid energy storage, both a roadmap and an SRIA, 6 international mobility exchanges that are a little bit different from the transnational access calls. And then also we established this education and training program on hybrid energy storage. For example, we established an early stage research and network. We organized 3 summer schools, mentoring program, master program, online courses, and many other activities. So we were very successful on that. In the work package 4, we also organize a series of workshops dealing with techno-economic aspects and sustainability aspects of hybrid energy storage. And as an outcome of this series of workshops, we wrote this white paper that will be presented later. And finally, in work package 5, we develop a roadmap for the exploitations of the results of this project. And as of the agenda today, we will go into more details in both white paper as well as the roadmap and SRIA. Therefore, now I will not talk about these results. I would like just to focus on the transnational and virtual access calls. Let me explain you how this works. So we open calls every 6 weeks. We define the topic of the calls. We have a specific working group dedicated to the definition of these call topics because we wanted to focus on hybridization of energy storage and not only in single energy storage technologies. So we open a call every 6 months and we gave access to these 64 research infrastructures, 58 physical infrastructures, and 6 virtual infrastructures across Europe. You can see here from 17 countries. This was open to all researchers from both academia and industry, from EU member states and associated countries. And the project was managing these accesses, paying for the running costs of the research infrastructure, but also for the travel and accommodation costs of the researchers traveling. And also to support them, we established a proactive innovation support. This was in the frame of working group 2 and also a task of work package 3, providing these services just to advise potential users on the research infrastructures and to support them by the submission of the application to ensure that we have enough applications to the research infrastructure calls. So this is what we made. And after 6 calls, we realized we still have some budget and we still have some time. So we opened an extraordinary call, which was the 7th call only for virtual infrastructure. And as you can see here, we reached out our KPI that was to give more than 300 weeks of access. So, and now very shortly, I would like to show you something on the education and training program, because this was also a very extensive part of the project. You can see here, we established this network that was not foreseen in the activities, but we realized that there is a lot of interest from young students that mostly are focused in one technology, and they were very curious to know more about other energy storage technology and try to find also ways of collaboration. So we think this is very important, and we brought this topic of hybridization for the first time on the table and put all of them together and try to work with them. And for this, we organized 3 summer schools, as you can see here, in Nicosia, Rome, and Trondheim. And we gathered more than 100 students and 26 lecturers. So also very good visited. We developed a master programs, organizing 14 seminars online, and also a mentoring program where we were able to establish 8 mentor-mentee pairs that are in a relation, and they visit each other. We have some money for that, some budget, and the mentors can give input to their own work. So this is the end. Now we're about to finish the project, and this has been a very successful project. And we were thinking, okay, energy storage is key to achieve the energy transition, but also system integration is very important. Therefore, we wrote another project, which is called Rights Energy. It's very similar to the StoRIES project, but much larger. In this case, we have 69 beneficiaries and 87 research infrastructures covering the whole renewable energy system, not only energy storage, but also energy production and energy grids. For example, biofuels, concentrated solar power, offshore wind, ocean energy, photovoltaics, hydrogen, materials, and ICT technologies. We have all these renewable energy technologies covered with this research infrastructure, and the idea is more or less the same. In this case, the aim of the project is to establish a long-term coordinated effort to ensure and to promote ways to scale up these technologies in Europe. And just to conclude my presentation, I would like to show you now another proposal that we have submitted less than 1 month ago. It's called Artificial Intelligence for a Storage Research Infrastructure Ecosystem, what we call will be StoRIES 2, so the next level, let's say. And in this case, the aim of this proposal is to accelerate the planning, development, optimization, and cost efficiency of both long-duration energy storage, but also long-term energy storage by establishing and developing an innovative Gen AI-enabled system and digital twin models. So for this, we will develop 6 different digital twins on hydrogen storage and transport, water electrolysis, thermal storage, power to liquid, aluminum to power, and life cycle sustainability assessment. So this is the idea behind. We have submitted the proposal, and now we have to wait a little bit, but you can see we plan 4 years for this proposal and 10 million euros, also large consortium with 21 partners, participants. So the final idea of this proposal is to establish an artificial intelligence powered platform guiding decision makers from both industry and public sector to implement both long-duration energy storage and long-term energy storage towards a cost-efficient and sustainable energy system. So this is the idea behind this proposal. Now we have to wait a little bit, but we are discussing how to further work with this ecosystem. So the idea is that we keep on working and we stay together on let's see where the road will bring us. So thank you very much.
That applause is well deserved. It's really impressive to see what you've achieved so far and to see like all the different work packages that you have been involved with. And to those online who couldn't hear us in the beginning, we realized that there was a technical issue. I hope it's now all good. Basically, you jumped in right the moment when Miriam was telling more about the work packages and the other content you will have later on in the program, so nothing missed. We hope that you can now hear us and all will be fine. Well, it's the fingers are crossed for the AI stories, for the StoRIES 2 project, and that after these first impressive impressions, we will hear more about, and there have been papers produced, books written, you already mentioned it. There's also on the chairs here, there's the fresh from the press items. And let us now dive deeper into that because there's the technology roadmap for hybrid energy storage. And our next speaker is the project coordinator, Stefano Pazzerini. Please, the floor is yours. Welcome with a warm applause.
Thank you. Okay, yeah, this is the one I like. First of all, I would like to say that I'm giving this presentation, but the person in charge of this activity has been Roberto Scipioni, who unfortunately is sick he could not join us, and then I've been asked to deliver the presentation, hopefully in a good way. Yeah, so I mean, this was a terrible event, especially for Spanish and Portuguese people, but I think this kind of showed what is the problem we are all fighting against, okay? I mean, there was this massive blackout in Spain, Portugal, and south of France, which was practically due to the fact that we did not have enough energy storage available to compensate for grid fluctuations as well as for a sudden loss of renewable energies in the southwest of Spain, which ended up in a kind of disaster for the country. Okay? And this is actually something we kind of foresee already several years ago when we started StoRIES, because it was clear that going toward renewable, it's impossible without having a huge and well-balanced energy storage, energy system in general. Okay. So the consideration that now everybody has very clear in mind is that energy storage is not just something you can add to the green activities, but it is actually the enabler of the energy independence. I mean, at the very end, if we want to get rid of gas and oil, it means also for Europe that we will be energy independent because we can produce energy via our own renewable sources, and there is plenty of energy available. We can do it, no problem. The only real problem is that we need to have enough storage to compensate on the short terms, guarantee the stable frequency, dynamic balancing, but also on the long term. Okay, long-term energy storage to guarantee through the next winter that is just about to start. Okay, so we cannot just put on renewable, put efforts on renewables. I've seen plans for Germany in which they are actually planning to establish a huge amount of renewable energy sources, so photovoltaics and wind, which would be way too much for the country. But this is only to guarantee that they will not go on shortage, okay? So to back up for the missing storage. Okay, so there is also what appeared clear to us when we actually made the project was there is no silver bullet. There is not any storage technology existing that can actually solve all the problems of a continental energy system, okay? So this energy storage system need to balance across time frames going from milliseconds. Consider that if you have more than a second unbalance on the grid, you might end up in a blackout. Okay, so in a few milliseconds, more or less, Kai does not fully agree, but there is other people that is claiming this. But anyway, a couple of seconds or 3 seconds is a disaster, okay? Additionally, it is very difficult. Once we don't use gas and oil, which are always available, it is very difficult to balance the whole system. So we need to also give enable the service stacking, so the possibility of taking more than one action to make the system working, okay? Support sector cabling and cross-vector energy flows. This is also extremely important. In Europe right now, there is a heavy industry consuming a lot of energy. It's also wasting a lot of energy. If you think about the metal industry, they are producing metals usually at high temperature, and then they just waste all the heat. Actually, they waste also a lot of water to cool down the metals, for example, okay, and so on. So this was the main idea, try to combine all these things together to find the solution for the energies. So I don't repeat this, I just take the last part. Miriam already introduced the project, and one of the key points of StoRIES was actually to define scenarios and most important, the strategic roadmap for the achievement of this energy storage. Okay, the structure of the roadmap, we'll go through it briefly, but clearly we spoke about hybridization of energy storage because, as I mentioned before, there is not a silver bullet. There was not an existing technology capable of solving all the problems. Still, there is not such a technology. So we still don't know how to solve all the problems. Hybridization is what we thought could be the solution that can be done. We will go through in more detail at the material level, device level, system level. And this is to support and cost reduction, functional diversifications, and with the goal to deliver obviously better performance, flexibility, economics, and sustainability. So when we started, actually, one of the we started to discuss about, and then we realized that there were not even a clear description of what we wanted to do given. Okay, what is hybridization of energy storage? Okay, somebody claims, oh, you can put, for example, in a battery, you can put an electrode for high energy and an electrode for high power, which would not work anyway. But anyway, this could be hybridization, but it's not a real one. Okay, so at the very end, we came up with this definition. Hybridization of energy storage refers to the utilization of two or more energy storage technologies together on either a system, device, or material level. These hybridized solutions should provide technical, economic reliability, and sustainability advantages beyond what any single storage energy technology can provide over its lifetime. Okay. It took us a few months to come up with this statement, and there was a lot of discussion. And I see that Kai now is approving my statement, but this was definitely something that needed to be clearly defined. And you have an idea here what is the landscape within hybridization strategies are already emerging. Really, when we started to talk about hybrid energy storage, there was no mention of this, okay? But now it's coming. I mean, Rise Energy is an example. So combination of energy generation and energy storage. And there are more and more examples coming out in this very broad landscape. So concepts. I'm sorry, I would be a little bit boring giving this concept, but I think it is important to make it clear, okay? Level of hybridization, as I mentioned before, it can be at the material level, device level, system level, and even integrated system levels. To make an example, there has been a very nice presentation of a member of StoRIES actually dealing with pumped hydro. Okay, pumped hydro is a good storage system, right? But pumped hydro takes many seconds before it can become active. So what they are doing now is integrating pumped hydro with supercaps or lithium-ion batteries to cover, and they are integrated under the same energy management system, because the response of a battery management system is too long to stabilize the grid. So if the battery management, the pumped hydro says, I have a problem, I need power, and tells this to the battery management system, the battery management system starts. This is too long. You are already running into a blackout. Okay, so this is the hybridization first. This is a typical example of hybridization, which really makes the energy storage effective toward renewables. I think in the meantime, you have read what is written there, so I don't need to read it, correct? But this can be at the level, I mean, material level, for example, hydrogen is a perfect concept of hybrid energy storage because you can burn hydrogen, you can use it in a fuel cell, you can use it in a battery, nickel metal hydride, for example, and so on. Okay, but we still, hydrogen is not fully deployed, and we need anyway to look for other methods. Mechanism of hybridization. Hybridization, as I mentioned before, can be done at several different levels. Hardwired integration is, for example, this direct connection of supercaps and pumped hydro, because practically they are sharing directly sharing physical or hardware interconnection of devices. Okay, the two devices are referring to the same energy management system, which is actually checking both of them. Soft-wired integration, when you have only shared power electronics or conversion infrastructure and so on, or software integration, when there is a software actually handling at the same time many different energy storage devices. There are many opportunities of hybridization. Actually, service stacking, for example, I mean, the same company can take care of several different, company can take care of several different services, which can be important. Actually, it might be better if the same services are done within the same infrastructure because they can be heavily hybridized. Okay. Sector cabling is also extremely important, and I think Marco is one of the most pushing, but also my colleague Yannick from AIT. Cabling different sectors, as I mentioned before, there is industry which is using a lot of energy and at the same time wasting a lot of energy, because most of the energy they are using is actually just wasted at the end, after the end of the project, of the process. Connecting the two things together could help in saving a lot of energy and coupling different sectors. Okay. And then this is something also very important: the system resiliency, long duration energy storage. We just heard about it before from Miriam's presentation, the importance of having energy storage which can be delivered upon long term. Again, pumped hydro is very important. Batteries, for a battery, you expect energy delivered within an hour, maybe 2 hours, but then it's over. Pumped hydro can cover maybe a couple of days. Okay. And maybe even a week in some cases, but still pumped hydro is the only system that we have right now that can cover multiple days for energy storage. And another point we came up with was to make a clear distinction between the long duration energy storage and long-term energy storage. I go back. How many of you knows the difference? No, you don't count, okay? So what is the difference between long duration energy storage and long-term energy storage? There is a big confusion, you see? I see faces. Long duration energy storage is a device that you can discharge for up to 48 hours. Long-term energy storage is a way of storing energy that you can maybe make use in a year from today. Okay, you are still storing energy, but this is very different. I mean, up to 2 days or even 2 weeks can be good for this famous word I'm selling everywhere in the world, Dunkelflaute. Oh, this terrible 2 weeks without sun, without wind. But we still need to make through the next winter. And this is no matter of 2 weeks. This is a matter of 3 months, maybe, to warm up the people, to make them living comfortable. In Italy, we care more about air conditioning in summer. Can you turn the watch so that I'm okay? There is no watch in this. Okay, so this is actually very important. Also, the terminology, we should stay kind of strict on this terminology so that we make it clear that when we talk about long duration energy storage, we are talking about storage system that can deliver energy for 2 or 3 days in a row. And long-term energy storage is the equivalent of storing oil in a tank. Okay, we need to store energy in some way, which is not oil anymore, stored somewhere, and then we can make use of this energy for maybe next year. And I think StoRIES was actually the first project clearly making this difference. Then to enter more into details, and I already tell you that I don't have the time to go through all of them, we actually decided to focus on this kind of case studies. So to show up specific cases in which hybrid energy storage can actually positively contribute to the energy system in general, okay? And we actually published this book that just by chance came out last week, on Thursday, last week, actually. As well as we asked the best student group at the second summer school to work on a specific subject, which is referring to the hard-to-abate sectors. Specifically, this is they investigated, they studied how to hybridize a cement production facility. Okay, so make use of many different energy sources and actually use even the cement production to stabilize the grid, for example, uptaking more energy. Anyway, these are the case studies. Specifically, should I read or you read by yourself? Okay, the 17 cases are high temperature heat and electricity storage. So a combination, the sector cabling we were talking about before, hard-to-abate industry decarbonization, and this is the work which is outside of the book, is I hope it will soon come out on communication sustainability, which is a Nature journal. Repurposing retired fossil plants. We have a lot of fossil plants which sooner or later will be retired. So we should consider how to recycle them, how to reuse them without just trashing all the components which are inside. Okay. Renewable power system smoothing, and these are mostly for industry, energy production, and the grid, the equipment lifetime extension, ancillary service, voltage and frequency support, power smoothing, off-grid, cold climate resilience, southern microgrids, renewable energy communities, transport, EV charging and refueling, maritime and port electrification, rail transportation, and so on. I mean, I think by now you finish reading them, and I don't go further, although all of these case studies are very appropriate. Okay, KPIs. We talk about hybrid energy storage, and Kai now is really smiling. Okay, I mean, if it's difficult to fix KPIs for batteries, you can imagine how complicated it is to fix KPIs for a hybrid energy storage, in which you have completely different systems working together. And obviously you cannot go on the details, you have to stay on the system level. If you look at the watch, I get scared. Yes, it's almost time. So we actually discussed on this, and we came up with a list of KPIs, which would take like 3 next slides. So I'm not going to show them, but you can find in the roadmap, which is on your seat. Okay, and this can be, again, system level, application level. They are very much actually affected also by the operational profile. There are systems that can be used maybe a few hours per year, systems that are used a few hours per day. I mean, this make a big difference in the corresponding KPIs. Okay. So at the very end, we generated, or we created, a glossary of KPIs based on type, level, and aggregation methods for energy storage. Challenges, there are also big challenges to be still addressed. Okay, technological maturity. I mean, honestly, or frankly speaking, we have been relying on hydrogen since a few years already, but still hydrogen is not mature enough for deployment. I mean, hydrogen electrolyzers are still not working for a long time, and all these steps needs to be solved. And this technological maturity is actually missing on any kind of large-scale long-term energy storage. Okay. Socioeconomic challenges also. There is a kind of lack of common methodology for valuing energy storage services. I mean, they are needed, but we don't have them now, because right now energy storage is the oil which is underground, and this is going to end. Okay. And also legislative challenges. I mean, if you go around Europe, you see that every country in Europe has a different regulation. And also it depends on the year. For example, I installed my photovoltaic panels in Rome long ago, and I get a lot of money back. But if you do it right now, you don't get anything. It's kind of amazing. I mean, it's clear that Europe has to go. This is a simple case, but has to go toward a more general legislation on the subject. Okay, and anyway, as I mentioned before, if you want to see all the details, we did not distribute the book because it's 500 pages. It would have been about 300 kilograms of books, but it's open access, so all of you can download it and read it carefully. And there are these case studies. The paper on the cement production hopefully will come soon, and we will inform everybody. And with this, I'm almost done, and I just want to introduce the next speaker. Spirit. No, it's not my duty. Thank you.
Thanks for that. And no, your duty is just to receive the applause for your talk. That's the only bit. That was very insightful already, and it's making more and more clear what has been achieved in that project. And you're right, the next bit will be on the priorities across Europe about the strategic research and innovation agenda. And we've got with us Spiridon Pantelis from the European Energy Research Alliance, and the next 20 minutes or so belong to you and your talk. There you go.
So the Strategic Research and Innovation Agenda, as you mentioned, Spiridon Pantelis, also behalf of Roberto Scipioni, who is the mastermind behind this document, together with all the partner stories. So four things that I would like to really highlight on this strategic document. So we know that this is it's a niche field, but it's very important, it's very crucial. And second, this document actually answers the question, where do we want to go, and what are the research gaps, how we want to deploy this technology, and what is missing. So we put things kind of in order, we set the direction in what has to be done for developing this technology. Third and fourth, I would address them together, which is this document actually drives collaboration because it's very much connected to sector coupling and system integration. So it's not only storage of energy involved, but there are different other energy generation or energy vectors involved. So we have the endorsements, as you can see, and we had actually really little time to contact all these organizations, from Hydrogen Europe Research, Renewable Heating and Cooling Platform, which ETIPS, Stella, which is on the thermal and solar and energy, and is as well as several ERA joint programs on different technologies. This means that this collaboration with other sectors gives a momentum to this technology to go forward and receive support and probably funding from different areas of across the energy system. So of course, I will not go down through the contents, but just I would like to focus on the four strategic research areas that we have identified. So, okay, I will develop here. So each of them have different actions at different TRL levels. So fundamental research, prototype, and then close to market. So the four areas, but the three technological, the one transversal, one is on the system resiliency and long duration and long-term solutions. I will not repeat the concepts here. The second is on system integration of multi-vector energy storage and conversion. And the third on digitalization of energy management systems, or otherwise known as EMS. And across as transversal topic is the establishing European hybrid energy source ecosystem. So the next slide would be a bit boring, but just to mention the areas in which actually what is included in these domains, just to be a bit more concrete. Of course, you can find all this information on the document on your seat, but just very briefly describing what's in the scope when we have these overarching titles. So on the first strategic research agenda, we're focusing on fundamental research on emerging energy storage technologies. And here we're not looking yet on hybridization, because we're looking at the different types of energy storage, chemical storage, chemical and thermal and mechanical and so on. On going up on the TRL 5.6, we look into integration, hybridization of existing storage technologies. This includes of optimizing hybrid control strategies, looking into modular power electronics, and how these could be matched together in interfaces which are interoperable and modular to be used in different things. Closer to market, we focus here on deploying market integration of these solutions. As Stefano mentioned, on repurposing or retrofitting of existing storage infrastructure. And we want actually, we support the demonstration projects on both long duration, long-term systems. And this would be very beneficial for the technology to be demonstrated at real grid situation. So the next area, which is on multi-vector energy storage and conversion, there we don't have area of fundamental research, so we're looking into directly to integration. And this focuses on high efficiency interfaces, power electronics, multi-vector conversion, and also into predictive EMS, digital twins, but also optimizers of with artificial intelligence. Two areas that we have identified at a higher TRL scale has to do with transport and industry. There, we're looking into different applications on transport sector, but yeah, some of them might involve to integrate multiple energy vectors that could enable fast refueling, grid connected infrastructure, and so on. At industry level, as you will see probably later on this afternoon, yeah, the large scale pilots for hard to abate sectors. On digitalization and energy management systems, here we're looking on at the very basic on software and infrastructure that also embody artificial intelligence and machine learning functionalities. Then on advanced EMS, but sensor based to integrate intelligent sensing and real-time analytics of hybrid EMS platforms. On the deployment level, here we're focused on multi-vector coordination, but also on cloud-based EMS, and of course based on cyber security. So across all of these non-technological parameters, but equally important, is to bring all the stakeholders together. This means industry, research, and policymakers, but also people that work on education and on industry sector. So to align what is needed to, and for this, coordination support action would be a good way to continue on this domain. Of course, as many technological sectors find some barriers on standardization, fragmented protocols, fragmented policies across different member states, these are two areas where we should really focus in the future to allow international projects or devices that fit the regulations of not only one country, but more countries with similar or standards that can allow scale up and greater markets. And so for this, you can also find this industry. Yeah? So recommendations, policy recommendations. There are 11. And true, I will not go through all of them, but just very quickly. So the first three are more on, I would say, the governance side. So NECPs are national energy and climate plans that member states have to frequently submit. And there we need to have more the mentioning of hybrid systems. Set plan, I don't know who of you are familiar. We need to to bridge the efforts across member states, and SETPLAN is one of the instruments or ecosystems to do so. And then there are a couple of more overarching, which are economic barriers and storage strategy, of course, to promote manufacturing innovation, and then some more market related. So congestion management measures, flexibility, rules, standard guidelines, and the most important, the last one. So here we highlight that energy storage is a key element for industry decarbonization. So I will go a bit deeper into just a few of them. So the first one is to develop a clear energy storage strategy. This means that in this strategy should be pan-European and focus on the benefits it brings to the grids and to the industry. Of course, even in the document of StoRIES, you can see a lot of policy analysis that we have done and the different relevant policies that enable these technologies to go forward. But here we need to highlight that the different policy tools should be assessed. And on this, of course, as every technology that is in this phase of early stage of its development, but needs some push for maturing, we should assess and be clear on what can be state aid for manufacturing and deployment. So to some call it more confident investors' confidence on how much they can, how many funds can really support the technology development in the years to come. So the next one is on removing economic barriers. And this, most of the technologies face this. Is not a real innovation in terms of a recommendation, but here we focus on three main parts. So the one is we want within the grid and the energy market, we want the energy storage devices to really get the value according to the respective value that they provide to the grid. And this means that the charges on this would be proportional. And then there is also another dimension of it, is that we could move from to power-based network tariffs instead of flat rate charges. And of course, we need transparent and coordinated accession, avoid double charging. These are more specifics or more those for those that really have hands-on on energy markets. The last two, so yeah, promote manufacturing and innovation. We need a lot of support on urban projects that could incentivize manufacturing of these devices. And one of our suggestions is to have specific calls for long duration energy storage through the innovation fund, and would really help to identify and establish the main benefits of this technology. Of course, you see here data availability, and this is key to developing this technology. I think this afternoon we should have a bit more insights on how data is, why data is important to innovation manufacturing. Last but not least for sure, and one of the most important elements is, as we mentioned before, that we promote energy storage as a key element for industry decarbonization. So there, apart from the financial support mechanisms that for sure could be established for a rollout of this technology, focusing on energy efficiency first, of course, it's not an element that has been overlooked by the current industrial policies. This is certain. But what we want to connect here, what we want to say is that The EU heating and cooling strategies should be, when revised, should really feature energy storage as one of the main elements, and not only on conservation or demand response management, but on energy efficiency and using energy storage devices. So another element is we have heard about the need to electrify different segments of our energy system. Industry is not an exception. And of course, when you have electrified heating and cooling, the hybrid storage devices could potentially bring more benefits utilizing the low prices of off-peak periods, and in this way reduce production costs. Last part, which is also one of the when we're doing this exercise, where StoRIES going next, and what are the next steps, also connected to AI StoRIES, the proposal that you saw before, is what we want actually is to develop digital twins where industry and SMEs can access as infrastructure and have the support of experts team. So they could actually support them on not only developing new devices, but also optimizing existing devices. And this can happen by using such infrastructure can happen by 5 or 10 times faster than is today. And this, of course, could be realized in a form of a centralized office similar to a current structure that we have, like Eric's, like the Excel, S3, Landmark, and so on. Where we are now, based on our vision, because these key points. So let's say that we started StoRIES project 2021. Now it's 2025. We have brought forward the research and innovation needs. We have done several analyses. We have worked on different domains of this hybrid of the domain of hybrid energy storage. We have brought with to other stakeholders to acknowledge these needs and see a common cause to this technology. And the next step is implementation. That, of course, in that stage of development, EU and national level funding is important. And looking into the next 4 or 5 years, we see the next step being the adoption that will embody some more comprehensive frameworks in terms of standardization, regulatory frameworks, and so on, but also start getting some of these technologies closer to markets and having more pilot scale demonstrations. So I think that's all from this kind of a summary of the SRIA. You can find more information in the printed and also the online version. And yeah, that's all from my side.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for that talk. You're so very conscious of time, both of you. And so that would allow us to take questions to the two talks. Is there somebody in the audience who would have a question or even a comment on one of the two presentations? No, I don't see that. Okay, but then I'm curious a little bit because you all showed that you have some involvement with the project, and I will now come into the audience and I will ask you things. So because I would like to hear, so if you don't want at all, then you can give me a sign, but otherwise I just might speak to you. Don't be afraid, because maybe you. Maybe you'd like to say, who are you? What's your name, please? Now?
Trying again?
Yes.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
you are Kai. Hi.
Yeah, I'm Kai. I was referred to.
You've been referred to in the talk several times. What's your affiliation?
So I'm working with the Technical University of Denmark. And I'm a senior researcher there. I joined this project. So my background is in the electricity side, automation and system integration. And that's what I've contributed to this project. So we've had a very fruitful discussions throughout the project, crossing the disciplines. So that's been a very nice experience. And that but we really could see that there's from the material science to the system integration, this was brought together in this project.
What was the moment where you were really proud to be part of the project, like some special moment that will stick with you?
Okay, I think just going through the recommendations, the strategic research agenda, and the roadmap and what's come together there, that's made a really nice impression now. And I think right now I'm pretty proud to have been part of this project. Until now, I've been excited about being part of it, and now I'm proud.
Great, thank you. We have camouflaged the time for like the setup of the stage. Yet I'd be interested to hear from somebody else, maybe even further in the back, like the audience who's joining online. I'm moving towards the back of the and some of you might know each other, but maybe not everybody. So maybe maybe I've got a conversation partner here. Hi, what's your name?
Hi, I'm Kai's colleague.
Oh, another one from DTU. So that's good fortune that I have. That's so you know the question. It's like DTU, like is there some moment that you're really proud of in that project, like something that will stick with you from all this time?
Yeah, it's not been a lot of time that I joined this project. It's been almost 1.5 years. And now I'm really proud of being here by knowing this almost 100 students that got some new courses, and it was very nice for me. And I'm proud to be a part of this project and with you.
Excellent.
Thank you.
So let's see whether I have a good tendency towards like people from DTU and whether I have a natural, just two of us. Okay, so maybe somebody else who is not from DTU to get a more complete picture. Yes, of course. Hi, what's your
Thank
name?
you. Yeah, offering myself because I'm a bit of a newbie here, I think. My name is Remco Groenenberg. I work for TNO, the Netherlands Organization for Applied Scientific Research. And we are actually a linked third party to StoRIES. So I think it's also good to hear a perspective from an LTP. We have hosted 2 PhD researchers from the University of Edinburgh that used our research infrastructure for research to de-risk underground hydrogen storage, which is, of course, will be an important element of the future energy system when hydrogen will play the role we're all thinking it will play, right? So yeah, and that was a very interesting experience, and also very happy that we were able to host the PhD researchers, and yeah, I really very happy to see that this StoRIES project actually worked out so well, right? Because we were also there from the start, even only as an LTP, right? And it's always quite a bit of work to get it across the finish line and make sure that it's actually starting, right? And we played a very minor role there. And take it and the prime project partners did all the work there, essentially. But I think it's a very good way to bring research infrastructures together across Europe. To do this kind of relevant research, and I think you can all be proud of them, truly. So
that's something I think all of those who are like involved in the core are super proud to hear. And there has also been some nodding. I'll translate that to the online audience. Like people agreed on what was been said so far. One last voice, and so I see who is may I ask you, who are you? Hello.
Hello, I didn't get my badge.
No
I
worries.
am Rocío Bayón from CIEMAT, Spain, one of the 17 partners of the project. And but I have to say that we have been quite involved in the project because some of my, not me directly, but some of my colleagues have been working in the roadmap and also in the SRIA, and also we have been involved in the book.
Yeah.
And also
Right on the pages.
these lectures of the that are recorded, that are open access to many people. That I think it's very interesting, this education part, because well, there are many interesting presentations and so on. So I think it's very good thing of this project. Also to put somewhere that everybody can have a look to this interesting presentations about all kinds of storage. I think is really important, the energy storage, electrical, thermal. I work in thermal storage, okay?
Okay, so
And
this is close to your heart.
so I'm very happy that this can be visible for everybody in Europe and in the world anyway.
Excellent. Thanks to all of you for sharing your thoughts on that. And I, with that, I also invite my panelists to just follow me and to join me, because this is what's coming up next. We will have the panel, and yes, so I'll have this one. Can we have a fourth one? Please, I block your way. No, I just have this one. This is my only request. Yeah, I have this chair. You may sit, absolutely, just not on this one. Well, if there's any preferences for color, I leave it totally up to you. I'm flexible. Just this one is mine. Thanks. And I think we also have a second microphone for you. So for the two of you here. So I mean, you can also swap microphones if you prefer to have the other. We're all very flexible here. So thanks for all the thoughts and presentations, what we have heard beforehand. Let us take up some of these points and also add a lot of further thoughts. The guiding theme for our panel that we now have is scaling the hybrid energy storage for a resilient and integrated energy system. And I will introduce the speakers to you. Some of them you might know, maybe not everybody. From the European Commission's DG Energy, we've got Jens Bartholmes, lead for the European Energy Storage Inventory, and also an engineer yourself from the background. Then we've got from Karlsruhe Institute of Technology, Professor Anke Susanne Müller, who is the Vice Provost for Research Infrastructures and is very much interested in strategic approaches towards RI. And I think, let's hear more about that later on. Then we've got emeritus scientist and a well-recognized expert in the field of energy storage. And you've been a member of the advisory board of the StoRIES project. We've got from Canada with us, Mark Kostras from Natural Resources. So that's worth an extra applause later on, because all the way from Canada, you told us about the time adaptation that you did, and just to be fresh and fit for the panel today. And from the Cyprus Institute, we've got Marius Georgiou from us. He is head of the Proteus facility, the research facility, which is the largest research infrastructure in Cyprus. And it's devoted to research, development, and testing of mostly renewable energy sources. So welcome all of them with a warm applause. And well, you're bringing in various backgrounds, but you also certainly have some overlap. And I'd like to ask you, in a few words, where do we stand in terms of the clean energy transition? Jens, I start with you. And you will need this.
Thanks. So actually, lots of the rules are in place, but the energy transition is still not rolling out as fast as it should be. or it could be. So actually now it's very much on getting, yes, is something wrong?
I wonder whether it's fully on. Yeah, good. Thanks for proving it.
So, and it's actually also getting still some of the pieces together. So the integration actually in the hybrid here, that's something that is still absolutely lagging behind, because without that, there won't be any energy transition. So I think, yes, we're on the right way, but and lots of rules are there that might actually be also good to enable, but all enabling doesn't work if it's not really rolled out and done in the field. So it's very important that we get this right.
I'll have a follow-up question on that in a second, but we will go further. Anke.
Yeah, all right. I guess what you said is true. The first steps have been done. There's a lot that happened, and but there are still open questions, and in particular I mean, just heard it in the talk. There are many open questions still. Differences between the different countries, the different the legal framework that has to be there. Also research questions. I think it's very necessary that we talk about a follow-up project, and I heard already very promising ideas here. Just over lunch, I think the ideas are there. But one important question is, how do we get the support up and running to bring this really on the road?
Mm-hmm. Mark, over to you.
Sure. Very good.
Mhm.
Oh, it is on. Okay.
Otherwise, we know how to.
It's on. Then you have a very quick forward. Sorry about that. Now I see green.
Now it's on.
Okay.
Yes.
Very good. Thanks. From a Canadian perspective, I look over at Europe, and I
Yeah.
come here a lot over the last 7 years, being involved in many activities here. Certainly, one of the things that comes to mind is that Europe is very advanced in getting in renewables, regardless of how the policies and legislation have set themselves up, if you compare it to Canada and other countries. So I'd say that's very advanced. But what we realize from what we just heard is all the details of how it can't work unless you have energy storage. So the clean energy transition won't succeed no matter how hard you push it without getting a balance that you both talked about earlier today. So thank you for stressing that.
Well, I can take it a step further and talk about Cyprus, where there we have an isolated grid with no interconnection, with lots of sun. And even if we keep on installing photovoltaics, we have curtailments in the range of 70% in April and May. So what does it mean? That all this energy is lost? Because if we don't have storage, and if we have not only batteries, but hybridization of storage, we will keep just losing all this energy. So, I mean, there are obviously different solutions for different cases, but we have to think holistically, and the hybridization of storage is something that is urgently needed. So about green transition, I think, yeah, I mean, we have lots to do yet, but we have started at least paving the way. That's my personal feeling.
Mm-hmm. Paving the way. Jens, you spoke about legislation, and in the recent years, the EU has really significantly expanded its legislative framework for the energy sector. And well, we've got the clean energy package. We've also had the recast of the electricity market design. A lot has happened. You mentioned it yourself. What should happen to fill all of this with life, and what's the main goals? That is a tough one.
So there was one of the things that EAS or EAS was pushing for many years, is actually stringent storage targets for all of Europe. That has not materialized so far. We have this for gas, so we are safe in the winter, but it's still a fossil storage. So it can work for other carriers. Now we have to see that we can get this also for the renewable part. What has to happen is actually, if we can't have it now at European level, we have to have a very strong push. And this is, for instance, we heard it before, the national energy and climate plans. Some of them really specify already at a quite good level targets and what has to be done. So it's pushed at national level, because all these things that you just mentioned, this these pieces of policy, they are with a D at the end. That's for directive. That means the national level has to put this into rules that are then binding. And there is where the crux lies. So actually, we can kind of push it in the right direction, but the real thing that has to happen is that at national level, this is then turned actually into real laws that are binding. And this is still something, yeah, where we can do a little bit more, I think.
We will have questions on this. You were kind of making approving faces, like that it's more about to the member states. We will speak about that later. I mean, we heard a lot about the project setup and how they came up with the hybrid aspect of that. Why is it so important to think hybrid, and would it work without hybrid? Mark, what's your take on that?
I think we heard, oh, sorry.
Could you imagine a world where it would work without hybrid?
No. No, I think you have to have hybrid. We heard all the reasons for why it is. Grid stabilization is a huge one. And then you look at geography and regional segmentation, something that I thought about a lot when I read the roadmap and the SRIA. It's so important that we realize that there's problems at different scales in a community, in a small town, in a large community, in a country, and they all differ. So when I moved to the case studies, it looks at specific things, and we can learn a lot from those case studies and apply them very quickly. Hopefully legislation helps us to deploy them. But that's something where I was really happy to see we have to have this energy storage solution.
Do you have a favorite? Because you said they can be applied very quickly. Did you have a favorite amongst the use cases?
No. If the use cases are well developed,
yeah,
and
so
they're
then
understood across the whole, across the continent, as we said earlier. If those use cases are well developed, you get KPIs and people understand them, they'll go, oh, that use case fits my local scenario. Now I can go to Cyprus and apply it. So I think it's really important that the use cases really delve in and solve a specific problem that other communities will recognize, or countries will recognize. That's also my problem. They've already helped to start solving it. How do I go about doing it? And this is a beautiful way to do that.
Perfect. You can be happy to hear that in any case. When we think about the scale now, I mean, you said, okay, the use cases can be applied and you should go for the best case scenarios, but what else needs to happen so that we can scale the approach of energy storage technologies that are around and about the hybrid approach?
I'll kind of link this question to the whole project and actually to the role that research infrastructures could play. Because, I mean, first of all, before going to scale, you need to have a prototype and you have to test it and validate it. And I think what's really the beauty of StoRIES, RISE, and potentially AI StoRIES is that you have some ready facilities that are ready to just plug in solutions and technologies that want to then go to scale. So, and this is quite important because it really helps speeding up the process. You know, when you have a ready infrastructure, having all the licenses, permitting ready to plug in, and you just prove your concept, then scaling it up will be the next. But if you don't do from 0 to 1, then going from 1 to 100, it's much different. So I think, and this is I think this is why StoRIES is whatever it is, a really good project, because it has given access to not only research but also industry. And what does industry need? They need to have places where they could check solutions that could be applied in different locations for different solutions. And I'm going back to what you said. For instance, in Cyprus, we need seasonal storage. We have 3 months, March, April, May, where we're just curtailing lots of energy, and then September, October, November, and then we have high tourists in summer. So it's a crazy situation where you have lots of energy that you could potentially store and use it 3 months later. Is it LTS or LTS? I don't know. I'll figure out after I read.
Yes, we'll make a test on that later.
But this is, I mean, that's really important.
Yeah. What was, because you provided a lot of access at your facility, what were typical cases that happened and that were enabled with the project?
I mean, through the project, there was lots of simulations because of indeed there was no hybridization as a concept. You know, people usually think photovoltaics and batteries. This is what comes in people when we just it's also for the governments, especially in our case, it's not that good, but this is what people we will fill up photovoltaics. Then after there's curtailments, we will put batteries, and then in 10 years from now, we will have everywhere stacked panels and batteries. That's not sustainable. So hybridization was something that came up as a solution, and how short periods from batteries could then be hop on with longer periods, other storage solutions, compressed air storage, thermal storage, several types, hydro. So, and that's what we had. Lots of modeling, SMEs that wanted to test prototyping and how they could connect their devices to our existing hybrid storage solutions.
Mhm.
This is what we had, and I think that was the really success for us and for the project as well.
Anke, what do you think? Like, how can Europe's research infrastructures be leveraged and contribute?
Like being there, that's the most important thing. And I think this option of being open towards transnational access, really allowing people, allowing industry to join in very fast and very quickly, also at early stages, is the key to success, to really to get something that's sustainable and not just within a research framework, but really roll it out on a larger scale. We just heard the keywords like scalability of things, bringing it on a national scale, and that's a complete different story, of course. And by having a network of infrastructures that, and we heard it. Common standards, thinking of really, we're talking in data now, then it's also a question of using the same data framework, generating data for AI for the next generation stories. You also need that to really help you get different infrastructures, different background, different scientific approaches really are the key to success. In particular, if we're talking about something of hybrid, not for batteries only, but if we're really talking larger than that, I think that's the key.
Yeah, what you could not see is when you mentioned like it's only the batteries and the solar, then there was a lot of eye rolling here and nodding agreement from the coordinators because a common understanding there. So Mark, would you say like it's research infrastructures? What else could we use to scale up?
Absolutely. If you look at StoRIES and the number of research infrastructures that they aggregated, it's very large. One of the things that comes to mind is we have so much money, right? We have so much money. We have to be careful about how we deploy it. And so something about the research infrastructures that has to be considered is we have to find the consortia of experts that are really strong in a certain aspect of storage, and really enable them to expand their demonstration capability, their ability to scale, so that we find a smaller group that we don't sprinkle money to everyone. We put money into a very dedicated case study to push that case study forward, because they're the best team to draw that together. And I think we have to think about how much it costs, how we deploy it, how we use the research infrastructure, but how we broadly base different research structures all over the place. So we've got an ability to afford accelerating that development. So that's something that we have to consider.
Jens, you were nodding.
Yeah, but I mean, also because this comes all from the infrastructure point of view, which for me is very interesting, because I'm actually normally writing calls for the other part. So the big pilots, 15, 20 million for one project then, and getting things directly in bigger scaled up pilot plants actually. So it's very important, because when you say what it needs to bring it all together, so I think maybe you can say a trust, but a trust in many things, and trust that a research structure can build, that there is solid science behind it. Then there's trust that actually the rules are stable. So policy is stable, so planning security. So then the investor trusts that when they put their money in, this is also a bankable solution. So this is something maybe we didn't talk about so far, because when we talk research structures, maybe that's a TRL that's slightly lower, but many of the big ones that we pour in the money, they are TRL 8. And then actually it means, or you have a business model already ready when you scale, or your project won't get funded, because we had too many times in the past, decades ago, hopefully just, but maybe also until 10 years ago, this business aspect was completely misregarded, and we had lots of great projects that then stood there and took dust later. And this is not very, very important. So the trust that we can actually go the whole scale from lower TRLs to full scale market deployment.
Would the others agree?
Oh, I mean, what I see, obviously going from TRL 1 to 3 to 7 and 8, there is a gap. And this is what these research infrastructures are breaching, basically, from 4 to 6 or up to 7. And I believe, yeah, you're right. Obviously, an investor wants to put money into something that will make sense. But what I found as a really important advice that I was given is that from the PowerPoint to the power plant, it has a huge difference. And this is our role. So whenever these projects, because apart from storage, we have also industries that comes and do piloting to us, and they put lots of money. Why they do that? Because they know that optimization, they will have to see how it works. In theory, it should work, but if they are not ready to go to the market, then this is our role. And yeah, it's quite important to have funding for such infrastructures, because they should be updated. They should have a niche providing technologies and services, but they should be really close to industry. And I think this is what we have to put effort on, getting close to industry, see what their real needs is, and to adapt what we have so we can provide so they can go at TRLs high. I mean, that at least that's my opinion.
And just to add what I said earlier, and to follow on that, the idea of looking at research infrastructure and not sprinkling money, looking at larger money, is because research infrastructures have good demonstration sites. They need to be better. And demonstration sites are the ones that can move into the higher TRLs. So that's where I was really going with making sure that you find a smaller number, people that can do that and receive the funding to expand and deploy at higher scale, maybe not 100, but at 10 versus 1.
And well, one of the core recommendations was that strategy that really addresses both traditional and also hybrid systems, and how to get to such a long-term strategy from this project now, taking the next steps, because a strategy involving all Europe, all these topics, that sounds like an immense task. I guess.
It certainly is. But considering the broad bandwidth of a project like StoRIES, I think that the important steps are already in place now to move to the next stage and really bring this together, looking for the larger scales, bigger demonstrators, identifying the use cases that will carry on and are useful, and yeah. I think everything is in place, but
who is carrying the main responsibility? Should it be like the European Commission? Should it be member states? Is it the research facilities? Like, who is in charge?
I think we're all in this together.
You must be relieved to hear that.
Just want to take over.
No, but I mean, I still think that we do our work, and that's essential. Without that, it won't work. But what we too often see, and which for me, the energy transition is still lacking, that storage, hybridized storage is seen as not an optional to make something a little more green, but that's the only way to actually make it happen at all at the scale that we need it to happen. So I think therefore it's really, we can do great work, but now this is good communication. I think your both publications that I read before, they're good, they're clear, Now you have a book. So, and we said before, examples are very good. From another side where we did it, also there was this, for smart cities, we always use the term of replicability. So that whatever you did, you had to kind of crunch it down to an understandable way that can be then used in similar, not the same, similar situations. And if we come up with something like this, that makes it understandable, that it's working, and it's bankable, and that it's essential, then this has done a super great job.
If I may just add quickly, I think one of you asked about a strategy, but I think a very key ingredient of this strategy would be to generate awareness for the problem. You mentioned what you just mentioned it, to make people aware that that just going for a single system is not the solution, and we need something now.
And you also were
Yeah,
commenting on that.
absolutely. And if you had a CSA, you were funded in that and you were able to aggregate the people again to be able to address the issue, you certainly have to make sure that the nations are aware, absolutely, that they're aware of the potential through the stuff kind of work that we see here, but they have to be represented and get involved in that CSA in a meaningful way as a member state. Because the EU will start recognizing it and integrating it, but if the member states don't take it up, what happens?
I'm sure, like, I mean, you said, well, the directives and it's up to the member states, and probably you're all in contact with ministry contact. So what do you feel from their side? Do you have the impression that there is a growing sense of that importance and need?
Should I be honest or just answer?
Please be honest.
No, I mean, well, the good and bad thing is that usually these are 4 or 5 years, administrative people that they are there with their own agenda. So if there are no, I think, a national level of energy committee that includes research, industry, policymakers, that makes a plan every 4 or 5 years, no matter how well you train and educate each minister or each government, they will have their own agenda. They will do a tip of what you say just to implement the easiest solution. But I think that's not the way forward. I mean, it needs a sustainable way of thinking what will happen in 10 or 15 years from now. Because if you think how will decrease the electricity price in Cyprus, which is super expensive, for the next 2 or 3 years, it may happen, but you have to think what will happen in the next 15 years. And it's good to be proactive. Usually the bad thing is that governments are not proactive. And this is what we're trying to do. Include them, education them. I mean, we're having information days, we're having training, and we invite ministries so they could see solutions. They see that it's not just scientists writing papers. It's out there, it's demonstrated, and we're ready to help them implement better strategies.
Okay.
In particular importance comes to projects like this one, to networks, to really strong European collaboration across borders, and not just borders between countries, but also borders between academia and industry. And if there's a strong community and a strong support and a drive for solutions, then that's the way to help with this sustainability. But I agree with you completely. It's tricky, but this momentum that we can generate with projects like this one is tremendous, and I would hope that we can continue with that momentum, give activities like these really the push they deserve.
I'll say one thing. I was involved in mission innovation for 7 years, and of course, it wasn't funded, but it raised to the highest level within governments internationally how important climate change was and how to mitigate climate change. And so that awareness spiked my activity in everything that I was involved in with accelerating materials discovery. We need something like that as well. So we have to go beyond to the higher levels and where it's sitting in major meetings and talked about as an absolute necessary enabler.
And
last thing, I mean, we have
yes.
something like this, which it's called the SET plan. So it's Strategic Energy Technology Plan, and some of you might have heard of it about. I have in and out worked with it now for almost 15 years. But let's say the idea was really to bring it then at research ministry level, national, and bring all those together. That yeah, it's somewhere always, I think, a little bit one level lower than we would wish it would be, but it actually has, for instance, the technology platforms that bring together researchers and industries, and we benefit a lot because now I see you have this StoRIES, and I'm really happy, and I will study it more in detail, though I saw that we already do some things that you put in there in other clusters in Horizon Europe. But the thing is that this kind of feedback is super important, and we get this from the set plan through the ATIPs, for instance, technology platforms, and then feed it back again into our research funding part. So I mean, there are already this kind of yeah, initiatives. There could be more, they could be higher situated, but I think that's the right way to go, because there you mix the people and actually spread the knowledge that otherwise somebody in the ministry would never know.
You're working closely with industry, and speaking about like bringing industry and academia together, what are your experiences? Like, what is also the needs of industry when they come to use your facility, and what could be improved?
Well, I mean, first of all, it's really important for industry to have, and for you to prove that what you have been doing, you know, it's actually working. So when they come and see your facility, it's been operating for years, you have data to demonstrate. And it's also, I mean, you're just fair with data, because it's really important to have transparent data and for people to feel comfortable with you. That gives the first hint that, okay, something's good happening here. So first of all is to create the collaboration spirit, because, you know, companies usually won't easily say what they have in mind. They have their parallel agenda, it makes sense. They have sensitive data. So if you are enough discreet to ensure that there is a close collaboration and a goodwill between both parties, and you will help them to speed up, because this is really important. I mean, speeding up process, it's what really industry is looking for. I mean, we're in Europe and there is China. China is moving much faster compared to what we do. So if we need to catch up. And if we want to catch up, we have to also enable ways, find mechanisms to make things move faster. And going to get permits, to create a prototype, to create a demo site, it will take years. So if there is a place that already can give you all this fast track, it's something that's really needed. And I think this is what actually plays an important role for the industry. Understand their needs and being able to support them and being honest. I think that's
User needs are slightly different between a fundamental researcher and industry, of course. I think what could be made a lot easier is if infrastructures are easier to handle like this. If there's a lower threshold to access the infrastructures by either having experts that are there just to make the interface between the infrastructure and the industry. You want to solve a problem. You don't want to go back to basic research, and so these kinds of solutions must be in place if you want to roll it out on a larger scale. But I'd like to add another thing on the research infrastructure and this network that was set up, which is truly impressive to assemble so many infrastructures. I think having this and across borders is also a matter of technological sovereignty and a matter of resilience. You mentioned China and the speed, and yes, we're still too slow, a lot too slow. That's absolutely true in comparison, but it's very important that we catch up and that we keep this going.
I mean, okay, yeah, it's me again. Yeah, from my perspective, yes. And I think I was saying before to someone that for us, 2020 with StoRIES was indeed a point, a turning point where we could show visibility and we could show that our facility is there and it's open for not only the StoRIES members or users, but also for other users as well. Because if you keep on having users from StoRIES, someone is saying, why do they have 10 users per year? They must be doing something right. Or people like them. They like Halloum in Cyprus. So something is going on. And this creates a momentum. And when you got the spark, then it's much easier to attract industry and demonstrate new concepts and new solutions. Yeah, and I feel like now the trust, we used to kind of trying to get data from the industry to validate our models. Now the industry comes with their models and their data and they say, okay, let's retrofit them with your experimental ones. So this creates a different type of relationship. And I'll go back because I'm also on the concentrated solar thermal, and I see a few over there. We have had a similar project, it was Sfera, and we had Sfera 1, 2, and 3. So it was 12 years of doing this with research infrastructures on solar thermal. This what StoRIES initiated, it's really important because a continuation with RISE, hopefully with the new StoRIES, is that creates a big infrastructure network where people are building a really good momentum to bring on new members, new industry, new solutions. And they need to be tested, validated, and yes, industries, and there should be a close collaboration with industry. I feel like otherwise it's just us working in silo, researchers saying, oh, we have really nice results, let's do it in our labs. No, we have to be closer with them.
But you also want to comment. Oh, you didn't. Nothing to add. Talking about energy storage. Thank you. We will need a different form of storage for the future. I'm clearly in high need here. Thanks for helping me out. Just for you in the audience, we will also open up the floor for questions and comments and your impressions. There were also things that really resonated with the coordinators. I saw that with like some thumbs up or some nodding. So also your comments are welcome. So just be prepared. And do you think that what kind of factors would at the moment urgently need improvement to create a more resilient and integrated system, energy system for Europe? Is there something that hampers it? So we see that the collaboration between industry and academia is getting better. Like what could need improvement? Maybe Mark, from your outside view, like
What could need improvement?
is it more like things like coordination or planning security? Is it investment? Is it education and training?
Okay. Investment's always needed. Like, and so that's a given. You put that aside. And as I said earlier, you've only got so much money and you sprinkle it too much and you get nowhere. Okay. So investment will come if you have good planning and coordination. And so when you talk about a CSA, or if you talk about StoRIES 2 or some research infrastructure replacement for StoRIES to help really aggregate the community, I think that planning and coordination, the money has to go into that to really think about it and deliver the next steps to whatever has been built already. Because we now know there's lots of things, it's important. There's lots of things that can be done. There's ways that they're showing us in the roadmap and in the SRIA of how to actually do it. That's what needs to be focused on for the next stage.
Okay.
I'm repeating what they said already through the other sessions.
No worries. You were
just thought when we saw the recommendations, I think 11 were or something, or I could just say to
it was
them,
11.
yes, you're right. So they are taking away all my speaking points, but so.
Well done. Good job there.
Implementation, that's the next step.
Another thing that's important is also what I was really impressed by the numbers of young investigators you had there that showed an interest in there, and these networks will keep and will put the drive there, and in particular this will also help generating awareness for years to come.
Perfect. So I hope that you in the audience were making up your minds for questions. So who would like to ask something or to comment? Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Stefano said,
Holger's
uh-oh.
getting the
Holger,
mic.
please.
Okay, I think it's kind of a comment and also, yeah, it's a kind of a comment. I mean, in a few years from now, let's say in 5 or 10 years from now, we will have much more volatile energy sources than we can store for the moment. This is clear. So this should be a good business case. All this energy, right? So, and I mean, I think this directive or whatever, this needs to be pushed somehow also towards the member states. I don't know how, but I think this is the main issue, to bring the industry to really use this additional energy in summer, spring, and in autumn somehow. Because what, I mean, if I don't know if we really receive this AI stories thing, the idea is to have a digital twin where the industry connects and improves things much faster. Much faster means a competitive advantage, a huge competitive advantage. And what was said here, just that we are too slow, this is an instrument to really, I mean, not to organize ourselves, but give it to the industry and speed up the development. And then we are faster than somewhere else in the world. And this should be pushed. So this is the comment overall, and therefore I think these AI stories is not a continuation of stories. It's really on top. This is the cream of the cream, and is really needed for the industry, not for our community. The community is supporting it, but it's for industry.
Would you agree? Just give it to the industry.
I believe the end goal is to have a competitive industry, not only, I mean, in a Europe level. And I agree. My only remark would be how easy it is for the industry to show interest, to adopt it, and to understand it, because we see that we're trying to give them the reasons why implementing AI will help them in their operatings, better strategies. And if you are a researcher, it's really hard to kind of convert that to money, to tell them if you do this, you will save this amount of money, so you have to implement this. But obviously, including and integrating AI solutions into industries is really needed, is urgently needed, and we should be able to pursue this.
I think he wants to comment directly. No,
I thought you.
Yeah, I would also like to ask a question here. What would you think is the right incentive to bring industry on board?
Okay, excellent. Holger.
I mean, the incentive is the accelerated development. And I mean, if you want to bring anything, a new electrolyzer on the market without PFAS, for example, yeah, which if the others would be, for example, damned in Europe, could be, yeah, then, but then, I mean, there are projects ongoing in Europe focusing on this, focusing also on AI support to accelerate it, and the investigations can show that the development of new technologies needs a certain point of time, I don't know, 20 years for lithium batteries and also others. And we also, I mean, we know, for example, from experience materials research, we can accelerate the development by a factor 100. So this is shown, proved since a couple of years. And now, I mean, a device is something more complex. Things are working together, we don't know, and projects are ongoing, and you have a working, industry comes with a working facility, you feed it to the AI system, ChatGPT supported, so to speak. I mean, if you have a ChatGPT text, it's sometimes bad. If you discuss and support it with science knowledge, it improves, and you improve also yes, the development. So that is the idea behind it. And if this works, That is great for Europe. And the industry will do it. Certainly will. I mean, if they have an advantage, they will do it. And of course, you're right. This needs support from AI experts, but they are available. They're available in StoRIES.
StoRIES has it all. I saw that there's another question here in the background. Hi, hello again.
Okay, then I don't have to introduce myself. Thank you. So it's nice to be in part of this area inside the storage community, and we tout the topic to be hybrid energy storage, because we can see when we look at the other end of the session title, it is for a resilient and integrated energy system. So I've heard a lot of points that we need to push for better or for more integration of hybrid energy storage. But what I see also is that this push can hit a little bit in the wrong way. When we talk, for example, about storage targets, people that would come from the grid side or from other areas would say, oh, well, we don't need storage, we need flexibility. And then the ping pong starts. So it is quite important. And I think that's where StoRIES has made a huge strides in this area in developing a common language of what is it that we're pushing for. These KPIs that have been developed at the first stage, it's very useful. And I think more important it's hard to say what's most important of the outcomes. I don't want, but I want to give very emphasize and want to hear your comments about bringing KPIs and an understanding of where these business cases are for storage, because there are very serious barriers in very complex ways. If you're a distribution grid operator in Europe, you can't invest in storage. If you're a utility, a multi-utility, crossing sectors, you will have additional tax barriers. So this whole benchmarking and KPI topic, it is a very complex area to work with. And I think this maybe needs a little more attention than even the researchers or the industry are giving it. Because that could help us bringing more of a common language and understanding which direction the push should be. A comment, but really an invitation to comment.
And attention from whom?
Well, that's the community effort, right? The attention is, we wrote the roadmap, so it's also going to the policy makers to not say, okay, we need a storage target. No, we need to understand what we're targeting, and then the industry will understand and will be able to know where the business cases are. Because at the moment they are for lithium batteries. They have a great one, and suddenly it take off, right? So I think it's like the researchers understand the language, improve their language.
Yeah.
But
I'll tackle that by just going back to your ping pong, right? First of all, you said the industry cares about flexibility, or sorry, the grid people care about flexibility. And yet you go and you say you've got a bunch of KPIs and maybe they aren't aware and they don't understand and they don't know how integrated it is. So that's an awareness and education thing. And you need people to get involved from the member states, from the EU, from the international community, not just in Europe, to understand more of what is taught in this StoRIES project. You then move to the next step, not a continuation. It's the evolution of StoRIES to take the infrastructure and make it useful to be able to accelerate your ability to get to that industry. But you need those policymakers to break down lots of barriers. This guy can't do that. This guy can't do that. Well, that's not a research infrastructure problem, right? So everybody has to start listening, and we need to incrementally take steps to do something more with the infrastructure and then more through industry as a third step to really deploy out. So it starts at the ping pong game, doesn't it? And really getting awareness and understanding across the entire ecosystem.
Kai, you're nodding. Are you happy with that sort of comment and answer? Is there something else that you want to add?
I believe the most important thing is not working in silo. I mean, we can discuss here whatever we want, but if what the main outcome of this project and the KPIs don't go out the door, no one will ever understand. So if we can actually communicate what we have found, then people would know what we're doing, and then getting similar outcomes from others, we can all sit together and find, because you're right. I mean, people may not like what we're saying because this creates more stress on the grid, it's not flexibility, this and that. And there's not a single solution for everything. There are case studies, I mean, depends on several occasions. So let's just communicate the results. Let's see, get retrofit with the results and see what people have to say. Because otherwise it's just, us here saying, yes, we like hybrid storage, let's do hybrid storage. We have to hear from others. Yeah, see what they don't like, why, and we could find solutions together. And because this is what it's all about. I mean,
The others seem to agree. Other questions from the audience or comments? Today is one of the events where you're also allowed to comment, because often in Brussels it's more like, yeah, just a question, not a comment. But today it's also about comments.
So I just want to bring a comment. One of the things I've been looking at this in North America for some time, long time ago, when I was in government of Canada, and we work with EPRI and all those guys. The problem is, I think the value of a storage still is not defined well as it should be. And when they talk about value, it's a simple concept that you take an energy storage, you take it to utility as an end user and give it for free and just say, put it wherever you want. Depends on the market, the structure of electricity. They may or may not see value putting it there because they make more money out of trading electricity than storing it. And that's the biggest problem. So the market structure of a storage hasn't changed. Still, it's a similar of a structure of a market that has a lot of products. Nobody knows what is good for what. And those who are offering it and those who are adopting it, still not sure exactly what it works. So so hybridization, benefit stacking, as we used to call it, it helps a lot. But I think value is very important here, and value has a very simple meaning here, that end user or IPPs or whatever in Europe, I guess, INPs are able to just adopt it without any question.
Thanks, Courage. I'll comment from a Canadian perspective. Now, if Mark Carney announced a massive national nation-building project on hybrid energy storage, because they actually saw it was really important, it would get attention, and it would start to put in place a need for properly costing what it's worth and how it actually affects things. But that's going to take us years to convince them how important it is, integrate it into a strategy, build it into a nation building project, which, by the way, Europe needs in this area, and then deploy. So you're right. And the roadmap tells us that we don't have good costing, so we have to get it right, or good value evaluation of it.
The side hint on Europe and what it needs. You want to answer on that?
No, I mean, we can stack as many revenues as we want, but I mean, the revenues, first of all, have to be there because they have to be regarded as a value. And yeah, capacity is one of those things that we still don't value enough from them.
Other questions or comments? Yes, I'll bring you the mic so that also the people online can hear you well.
Yeah, perhaps just a comment or a follow-up question to Jens. Now that you mentioned that about the value, so I don't think there is any valuation of curtailed energy at the moment, right? We're basically just wasting that while we keep investing in new renewable capacity, which more and more will just result in more throwing away of electricity.
Yeah, because exactly. That's why I mentioned it, because we have now also to value the capacity of simply saying we can absorb in that moment, or we can reinsert in the grid, and that is not seen as a value. So we just throw away and curtail. But as long as you are paid for the capacity of maybe not doing anything like peaker plants for a long time, that is not happening with storage, right?
Right, right. So, and I also agree. Flexibility, somebody mentioned it, is extremely important, right? I mean, energy storage is just one means of flexibility. Demand side management is another one. More electrification, flexible electrification, also very important, right? But in the end, it's all about making the best use of the electricity that's generated, right? So, and storage can play a key role in time shifting from moments of excess to moments of deficit, and that's why I always fail to understand why not so much more focus is put also from the European Union side on stimulating energy storage and removing barriers, because we're already 10 years too late. So likewise with the grid, the grid is completely, well, it's failing, right? I mean, we see it more and more. So I don't really understand why that's not happening, but anyway, so.
Yeah, let's say very personal observation on this. What I can't understand that DG Energy is one of the smaller DGs in the whole commission. I mean, the non-nuclear part, we are talking a little bit more than 300 people. This is a joke. I mean, sorry. I mean, not because I want to work less or something, but simply I think it's something that we should put much more emphasis also in when we push this thing, because we can do everything that we want with 300 people and we do our best. But yeah, it should be so much more also, because the visibility of storage, even inside my DG, is still, there's storage. And then there are some people working on it while we push. Yeah, but it's so important to get this rolling. And yeah, even on the policy side, there's still lots of convincing inside the institution to be done.
Yes. I mean, we shouldn't forget that this is energy storage and not only electricity storage, because you mentioned what we do with all this electricity. I mean, energy is also heat. So, I mean, an industry needs a lot of heat. So we should be thinking not how we store all this excess of electricity, but whether now that we have reached a point where we cannot absorb more, whether we could supply this to other forms of energy, for instance, heat. So that's where we should think a holistic approach and not just, okay, let's not put more photovoltaics because we don't not need more electricity. Let's think what we can do with the existing one and then plan how we can actually increase capacities or storage or whatever approaches.
Yeah, and something, just because you talked about the flexible supply, something that the StoRIES 2 or AI StoRIES incorporates in it is aluminum reactive metal hydrogen. Okay, it's dynamic. You can modulate it. It's you can run it continuously. So it's a source that doesn't get affected by wind and solar. And so it's a technology that we've been looking at for quite a while. Not sure why we can't get traction in it, but it's one of the ways to improve your whole grid system, because you have supply of electricity without burning fossil fuels, for instance. So that's an area that we have to focus on too. And that's why it was incorporated in AI StoRIES, I believe. Yep. Yeah.
No more comments, neither. Oh, one in the back. That's the last one I think we can take. But I'll be right with you in the very last row.
Yeah, thank you very much for the nice discussions. So my name is Francis Kinyanjui. I'm representing Sintef, specifically Sintef industry, all the way from Trondheim, Norway. Now, coming back to the title of the project, which is Storage Research Infrastructure, I would like us to think about infrastructure and industry. We say we want to bring industry to come and undertake pilots, and take up technology. But industry is quite interesting, because first you have to show them that you have some certain gain in efficiency in your technology or whatever topic that you are proposing. But on the opposite side, they will always say, what is the cost? And if your cost is high, then they would go to another provider or location for that matter. So how do we fund infrastructure so that it is affordable for industry? I don't want to say cheap, because it might not be cheap, it's affordable to industry at a good enough speed and rate, and that we are able to maintain engineers for a long time within those infrastructure facilities, given that typical project funding is 3 or 4 years. The second aspect of that is also the hardware. How do we sustainably fund hardware, not only the CapEx for the hardware, but also the OpEx part of the hardware and infrastructure? Thank you.
Anybody dares to comment on that?
I would start.
Yes, please, please.
All right. Of course, funding of infrastructures, in particular operation of infrastructure, is not straightforward. If so we just operated for industry, we're basically funding or co-funding developments there. There are models for this, like some co-creation of IP or things like that. But I think an answer is in not doing just a particular infrastructure for a demonstration project only, but going a larger scale, using this infrastructure to do some low TRL research and up to the full level, really staging it so you have you can use results that come up to renew the infrastructures through the projects and make a long-term planning for the individual infrastructures. So going in short, going for a mixture and for something that is targeted to live longer than just the 3 years you mentioned for a project.
Yes.
So I'll give you an example how we work. So we have 3 or 4 operating modes. Obviously, the infrastructure is a research infrastructure. So the researchers need to have access to be able to perform their research. So it's the TNAs, it's the services to industry, and it's also the research collaboration agreements. So depending on the mode that you have to choose, it's a different cost, it's a different type of costing, and it's a different outcome. You could have an IP if someone has a product and you comes to co-develop with you, but if you're just providing a fast way forward and you don't want to know anything about the project, about the product, but you want to help them implement it fast, that's a different process. However, funding, it's number one, because if we don't have, for instance, if they are not strategic infrastructures that could have funding for operation, maintenance, and upgrades, at some point with 3 or 4 failure calls, such infrastructures will have to be up, it won't be updated, and eventually they will go to minimum operation. And indeed, when 2020 was a really critical year because it was when the new funding program was about to come out. So it was 1 or 2 years where if you have a big infrastructure with researchers, technicians, operators, equipment, and you have to maintain it, you used to be able to have this funding. And if there are no calls dedicated on actually maintaining niche infrastructures around Europe, at some point, this will become a big barrier for the infrastructures. So there should be funding to maintain all these strategic infrastructures.
I think we have, well, if there, would you like to come? Yeah, so full agreement. I also saw you nodding. I hope that answers your questions and comments. Beforehand, when we were discussing the prep for the event, there was another question coming up, and it was referring to Excel, the S3 landmark, that's coordinating a network of important RI to support industries improving tech for CO2 storage. And the question was whether a similar agency for hybrid storage technologies could and would make sense.
Thank you. See, in terms of what we've been discussing all the time here, generating awareness, keeping the network going, lowering the contact and the thresholds to industry, I think the answer is a clear and brief yes.
Fantastic.
Yes.
Full support.
I mean, we are already in the yes, obviously. I mean, we're participating in a similar ERIC, obviously, you know. It's about solar thermal, and I think something similar what we're discussing here, it could be really a helpful way to creating this ERIC and putting more like a stamp. It's not just a network of projects, but it's more like an ERIC.
Perfect. I like that you all agree so much on that. it's time to wrap up that discussion. And I would like to know, we spoke about the potential of hybrid energy storage and also what still needs to be done. And Jens, I'd start with you. Like, what is the next most important step that Europe should take in the next 5 years, say, to really unlock this full potential?
It's a standard sentence that applies to many things, but we put this time hybrid storage in. So go from the pilot stage and see it simply as a full-scale solution for the energy system and treat it also like this, which means get it the planning security, the financial security, and the rules.
With the support of the EU. Oh,
Sounds good, everybody.
everybody.
We've had that at the beginning
Anke.
already.
What's the most important
have
step
very-
next 5 years?
We have a very good list of recommendations that we should follow. So they should be taken by heart, and we should work. All of us should work on getting people placed in the right positions to start the networking with other, for example, with the grid, like we said, and also the policymakers, more awareness for industry. I think just raise the awareness and follow the recommendations. Make it very clear.
And the only concern that I have is that it's exactly what's intended to do. And how do we get that to happen sooner? Like we're going to wait a year to find out that there's funding for an event. How is there a way to even push it faster? We should think about that because it's needed sooner.
Do you have it already for us?
No,
Not fully.
I can tell you that again, going back to mission innovation and my involvement in that, we got the eyes and ears of some very important decision makers, and we moved substantial funds in months, not years, in a couple cases. So it's possible. And so all I would say is challenge the status quo, find ways to do this sooner because it's that important.
Okay, perfect.
No need to ruin what was just mentioned. I think we have to act fast. I think that's the most important thing. Work not in silo, work together and really act fast. Otherwise, we will just watching what's going on around us. That's what we need.
Thank you very much for these concise remarks. And I think our panelists deserve a warm applause for being so. Jens was asking for a bigger than warm applause, like for an immense applause or cool applause, because it is really getting warm in here. That's correct. And well, the good thing is we now have a coffee break, and we will use the time, I think, to really bring some air into this room. And we continue here at 3:45. After the coffee break. And also I hope that you online will also join us again. Then you can also make yourself a coffee or write some emails that we all meet here back at 3:45. So thanks until here. Non-experts like me. No, it was on the way. Yeah, when you were coming.
Well, it's a pleasure to meet you. First of all, it was great and it was enjoyable to be on the panel together. So
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm not going to.
Yeah, but life is the nightmare. We're going to finish the nightmare. Now it's hey,
Everybody. Hello, welcome back from coffee break. I see that there's more need for chats, but I think there will be afterwards and also during the next 2 days. So welcome back from coffee break, also to those who are joining us online. And now our following speakers, we were already pointing a little bit towards the future and what could happen next. Our following speakers will enlighten us on open data in the energy storage community, and they have brought insights from their white paper with them. Please welcome with me Rosanna Cotreneo from INEA, from the Italian National Agency, and Kurosh Malik from Forschungszentrum Jülich within Helmholtz. And so it's one after the other. I hand over to you and your presentation.
Okay, what is the presentation? Yeah. Okay. Direct business. This is not the places. Okay. Perfect. I am Sandra Fonera, and with Kurosh we present a white paper on open data in energy storage community. Why fail open data? Fail open data find sorry. So the findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable would mean to exchange a data set, to access to data set, and to create a new opportunity in terms of research, in terms of knowledge, in terms of industry. It is very important to apply fair principle in this sector. The aim of white paper are the awareness and use of fair data, open data. What do you use, open data or closed data, open source or closed source? It is very important to use data to create new knowledge in the same sector or in different sectors. For example, we fair open data could be follow the GDPR law or the EPR. It is important to create a new business model of data. Data in this period, we are in the third revolutionary. The data are the new gold, the new oil of this period. It is very important to create a market, a business model of fair data in general for the open data. It is important to create a new opportunity in terms of education, and it is important to create the management of data. This is the third revolution of in this period, and data are the new gold. In the state of the art in this sector is a big complicator. Dataset in general are more fragmented, often are proprietary, and in the dataset are not a metadata schema or ontologies. In general, the dataset must be created with data plus metadata schema plus ontology. Without metadata schema and ontology are not significant, are not dataset of quality. It is very, very important. At the level and central, at local and central level, there are a lot of data sets, but frequently are not standardized and frequently do not apply fair principle. Why this big problem? create a data set implies much cost and much resources. In our state of the art, we found some interesting use case of apply for data, such as materials project, battery archive, big map, Danish battery database, NRL's battery data repository, and interesting tools such as AIDA, Pagmanten, MatMiner, Battery Archive, and BIP, and Open Battery that apply the FAIR principle. In StoRIES project, we prove through an ad hoc survey to verify the apply of FAIR principles, and the result is very low. 14.5 and the maximum was 40. It's very, very lower. It is a big problem for the sector. And our gap analysis for the project, we tried that the main weaknesses are not identified data set, no metadata schema, not using vocabulary and ontologies, and in terms of threats, there are no access to and availability of data set in the sector. Plus, there is the format property and non-open property, open data set, and for this reason, it is impossible to use the data set. The main opportunity are to apply in detail FAIR data principle so that it's possible to exchange data set and to access to data set. And the main strengths are structured data set, open standard format data set, and create a metadata schema and ontologies. This result was disseminated during the project and already suggests to create a new opportunity to, in terms of education, to create new course so that it's possible to learn a FAIR principle and adopt it. In general, in the sector, the main gaps identified are no schemas, the lack of standard metadata, ontologies gap, absence of dynamic ontology, the absence of hybrid semantic search. And this problem causes a big fragmentation of data set, the lack of standardized and machine learning readable metadata, poor automatic metadata processing, limited semantic research capabilities, and the absence of metadata schema. How to resolve this problem? First of all, to participate in different funding in which frequently it was adoption of FAIR principle, and we have the availability of FAIR data set. Applying principles, especially in a project such as this, the construction and comparison of key performance indicator. We construction a system of indicator by starting by single indicator and then to create a composite indicator. Key performance indicator consent to assessment and to measure the progress in the adoption of fairness. For example, creating a metadata schema and creating a common vocabulary so that ontologies in this sector we find I don't found a real vocabulary. Only Eurostat I found a vocabulary in energy story. It is a big complicated because each person, each industry, each research institution speak alone with your vocabulary, your word, and not with a common word, a common vocabulary, and a common ontology is a big problem. We analyzed in a white paper also key performance indicator in the search infrastructure, and we found that some case studies are very significant, like face and face and Fuji, and Excel that apply key performance indicator for physical and virtual access and measure the adoption of fair principle in the sector. Now, Kurosh.
Yeah, so I'm just going to continue on addressing some of the gaps that Rosanna mentioned. So in Project StoRIES, essentially the gaps was obviously, despite a lot of efforts, there is no sort of harmonized, agreed upon schemas that everybody's using. But the problem of this essentially is that a lot of these activities have started with projects, and when project finish, essentially just stays it. And that's the biggest problem in these schemas and efforts that has been out there. Not as specific to energy storage, not as specific to energy system. To a lot of fields, we see that. What we have basically tried to address is that the energy storage classification. I think Rosanna mentioned. Classification essentially means if I have chemical storage, what comes under chemical storage? If I have thermal, what technologies are coming under it? Essentially, just the classification of technologies, and that's the first step, obviously, if you want to develop schemas, because each of these has their own schemas and requirements. We use Eurostat as was mentioned, which is very similar to what Sandia and others used back in 2016, and the release of NREL and all that is very similar. So that's for the classifications. For the ontology and metadata schemas, as I said, there's so many. So ontology is essentially not very specific to storage. Generally, either very much focus on experimental data in a general sense, that you have the name of the equipment, the person who has done the measurements with some specs there, but it varies across different. So OpenEI from NREL also, it's very much focusing on developing that for energy systems, but not for storage particularly. So it's a list of pros and cons of different schemas that has been there. So harmonization is a big problem, as I said, still is a big problem because of longevity of a lot of these efforts has been low because or short because of the project related activities. And then in terms of so our approach towards this was obviously, I think we had discussions with Yannick and some other people that we have to have sort of longevity of what we do beyond the project. At least we try that, and that's what the essence of developing a platform, essentially, to stay managed by Forschungszentrum Jülich and basically stay beyond the project timeline. So we have developed a metadata platform. Essentially, the way it works is that it has tools to develop platform, develop the metadata for metadata of the metadata, or you can upload metadata and it can sort of structure that, and you can retrieve those metadata out of large amount of data. So the problem that we have, especially we talk about AI sort of readiness of data and all that. So one of the problems with AI, field specific sort of AI data for AI is that none of the frontier language models essentially are trained on labeled technical data, because in order to label data, and labeling of data means you basically can judge whether this data is good or bad. An expert can basically label data essentially, or judge which data belongs to what schema and all that. So in order to do that, you either need a lot of data or you need a lot of labeled data. And we don't have either of us in energy storage and energy systems in general. So this basically was the basis of having framework there and make sure we're adding into that as we move forward. The ontology-driven metadata schemas is extremely important. So ontology in this context means that we need a common language that people can talk to each other about data. And that ontology is giving essentially machine readable format of that common language. Different data from different entities, it can be read by machines without any issues with the understanding of that data. So human today, when they get data from different labs, they send email, communicate sort of human to human. Imagine you have to do it with a way that you don't have to send email, and you have to have a system of the language, different data from different sources understand each other, and that's where the ontology is coming. So our focus was on materials to devices. We didn't look at too much into the system level. Generally speaking, sort of materials has been looked at more than anything, more than devices so far. There's a lot of schemas that have developed EMMO and some European activities, as well as a lot of other activities like BAT-info and our work on MatGraph and many of the sort of ontologies we develop. On the device level, we're still at the earliest stage of building this. Like, for example, if you have form factor of the cell or the properties of the measurements of the cell and how it comes into the sort of metadata and how you capture it, it's something that basically is not out there. But we're trying to basically add that with the user, create sort of metadata as they upload it. So that's what it's basically doing. That's pretty much the structure of it. So once we have a lot of data, we don't have a lot of data. We have a lot of data that we have from hydrogen at this point, some from batteries, and some from materials at this point. Once we have a lot of data, we are able to put that in a schema so that we train a system of the data to use ontology to basically learn how data is basically captured. A user is able to retrieve data by just searching it. For example, if you have data from same type of sort of measurement data of the certain storage system at different locations, you want to get all the data that are captured at the same voltage from different sort of locations. And that's sort of retrieval process is giving you that capabilities. We do have this in the platform already. We don't have a lot of data to basically retrieve a lot of that at this point. But over time, of course, it's going to be used for capturing those metadata. The other aspect was that now we don't want people to get data and go and do something else with it and come back again. We want everything into one, at least for the project StoRIES. We wanted to make sure if you do the analysis with the data or you do modeling or you do experiments, it stays in the same platform. So we have worked with some analysis tools to make sure all analysis tools are also available in the same platform, so that data is not lost and the life cycle of the data stays within platform all the time. So we're not losing the traceability of data over time. So these are some examples of the schemas of the input files of some running analysis and so on that is already available in the platform. So just to summarize, we have better sort of handle of the materials metadata and fairness than we have on a sort of device level and systems. We are working towards making sure that we follow the same classification of the energy storage technologies so that we can add that into this as we move forward. And of course, retrieval of the data is extremely important into this platform. So longevity of this, as I said, is very important. It's going to stay at least a year or two for adoption into some platforms. It stays at Forschung Centrum. We're going to have a sort of version of it which is traceable on user side and everything, and that's basically the status of it. In terms of the business models, I think that was a part of another activity, how we value data. So as I said, in today sort of AI sort of readiness data, we have to make sure data is not just big, it's also good data. So that means that we have handle of the label of the data. We understand which data is used for what purposes. It's labeled in a way that it's labeled by experts, not by sort of non-experts. And that's a value of the data is coming. We're not at the sort of level to have this data available, sort of AI ready at this point. So as I said, there's a lot of fragmented efforts. It's out there. We're not combined into one place yet. Some of the activities that has started like 5 years ago, they just abolished or not simply available anymore. We have to redo a lot of that. So that's a strategy that we're taking a bit different approach towards. And the last thing is maybe business model is not a good word, is more sort of access model and communication model. I think it's the idea here is that to make sure we have the best labeled data for energy storage in our system as much as possible, so that people can use it for generating of the models, of AI models, as well as for retrieval of the data across different infrastructure. Some other sort of aspects of this, of course, is that requiring to investment and policy support for data as well. I mean, we don't have a lot of sort of capability in Europe to maintain data at the large scale, at the sort of European level, and also at the. So as I said, most of them are project-based, and the lifetime of those activities is the lifetime of the projects, and that's something we have to look into. Some recommendations is in the white paper. I think the most important one I want to highlight is the compliance with the SOC 2. SOC 2 is basically a data compliance that we have to look into for GDPR and all that. Longevity of the activities is important. We wanted to address that. The fair open data that basically also allow exchange of data across public and private. And finally, just to finish, is that today we don't have such a data available at the larger scale for energy systems, and particularly for energy storage. And I think has been one of the earliest work to make sure that we can address that. Yeah. Thanks.
Thanks a lot. That's your applause. Being conscious of time, I say we go to the next one, and we will see whether we then have a moment for questions. Our next speaker will shed light on sustainable hybrid energy storage for the European clean energy transition. And there we are again with the clean energy transition. And presenting his white paper from Karlsruhe Institute of Technology, Manuel Baumann.
So welcome to, where do I click here? Welcome to our presentation on the white paper on sustainable hybrid energy storage for clean energy transition. I'm presenting this on the behalf of a lot of people. You see there is an et al. Because a lot of people have contributed to this white paper, and putting all these names here would be, putting this slide quite full. So what is the goal and scope of the white paper? So the white paper has the aim to transform that what we worked on in deliverable 4.2 or within the course of the work package 4 into a guidance, into a clear and non-technical narrative with a use case to make it more understandable how sustainability assessment can be applied towards hybrid energy storage technologies. It also explains very briefly why hybrid energy storage matters, and that it is very dependent on the use case where you apply hybrid energy storage technologies. This is quite in line with the other documents that have been presented before, so I think I don't have to highlight here again why we need hybrid energy storage technologies. The document promotes a sustainability approach that links technical KPIs, environmental, social, and economic indicators across the entire life cycle of a product. It also has in mind integrative governance that we try to live. I think we did it quite well within the StoRIES project. The white paper demonstrates the KPI selection that was a long process that we carried out throughout the last 4 years. Incredible how fast time runs. And we did that by using MCDA on worked use cases. So we had several use cases where we applied this. I have to look at the time. I have 15 minutes, more or less, 50 minutes. It provides a concise KPI glossary on orientation to that what has been worked out in the other two documents, the roadmap and the SRIA, where we also provided feedback. So these documents, or this document, refers directly to the other documents, and we tried not to repeat those. So the links to the other documents, I explained them. So everything here has is cited within the white paper. And in addition to that, we were able just on spot to publish a paper in Sustainable Energy and Fuels, which has been written mainly by Hüseyin Ersoy, but wraps up the work that has been conducted in StoRIES and has been published like 2 weeks ago. So also on spot. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so the role of energy storage, I think you're all super familiar now. I don't have to repeat that there are different types of storage with different time levels that are covered. But you see here that hybrid storage like just enhances the ability of single technologies by combining them to cover more larger time spectrums and power capacities, for example. Hybrid energy storage, if you combine technology A and B, hopefully you have something that provides more value as one single technology and allows you the stacking of services, for example, for different means. Yeah. So within the development of the white paper, we mainly discussed the 3 layers: economic, environmental, and social aspects. And in discussing that, we saw, okay, we have different storage technologies, we have energy storage performance values, we have application requirements, and we have to bring all these aspects together in order to have something that is oriented towards the real world and that really has some impact. So in the white paper, we treat sustainability as multidimensional, as I said before, considering environment, society, and economy, like a triple bottom line approach. And here we also see that governance elements are quite important: transparency, responsibilities, and stakeholder participation, to name some of them. And these are implicitly integrated into these pillars that we developed here in this work. Well, this is actually an outcome we extended from the deliverable 4.2. So from this, we derived sustainability indicators located to the 3 domains: environment, society, and economy. Yes, of course, these indicators have to be linked to technical KPIs, as you see them down there. So here, technical KPIs for the different storage technologies, which of course have to be matched with the application requirements. So for that, in the white paper, we show that there is a wide set of different sustainability assessment methods for the 3 dimensions. For example, here for economy, we have wrapped up all the important or mainly used methods, the stakeholders addressed, and the indicators, standards and guidelines, the data availability and the scope. The same for environmental sustainability assessment, and and we try to do it for the social dimension, which proved to be more complicated. In addition, in the article, we found via a comprehensive literature review that there are, well, a lot of articles out there. And this was screened by Ersoy et al., the article I showed before, that you see here for the different battery types with different indicators, that these are mentioned in different frequency throughout the available platforms as Science Direct, Scopus, or the Web of Science. And here you can see the frequency in green colors. And interestingly, batteries and hydrogen-based storage technologies are, named the most with all these indicators that you see here. Maybe it's a little bit difficult to read. We did that also for environmental assessments and the social assessments. And here you see that depending on the storage technology, you have different mentions of KPIs. So that means depending on the technology that you have, you might have to consider different KPIs as well, sustainability KPIs. And this idea of having an integrative sustainability assessment is also important because, as I said before, we showed you the 3 different domains that we have to tackle, but how to evaluate all these factors in an integrative way. So we need methods that allow us to come to an end point, right? To provide some recommendation, some decision support towards sustainability. And here within the group, we saw that there are methods like extended multi-regional input-output analysis, or in general, MCDA, multi-criteria decision analysis, which are methods that can be used here. Because in the studies that were analyzed, we saw that there are barely integrative assessments available that really consider in a comprehensive way all the 3 dimensions. So here, there is a need for sustainability assessments of hybrid energy storage technologies. Of course, we had to put this into some context. So that's why we have developed a use case for hybrid energy storage technologies based on own data. And we used the results from 2 StoRIES workshops, mainly the workshop number 3, Sustainable Hybrid Energy Storage for the European Clean Energy Transition, which was carried out last year, also here in Brussels. And we used something called HELDA, the Helmholtz MCDA tool, which is a software to support such processes. And I think that's quite interesting because it has been mentioned before. We applied something that has been shown in the deliverable 4.2, the Sustainability Business Canvas template. And this Sustainability Business Canvas template was a way to link the KPIs to a real business case. Yes, so the participants had to take the KPIs and reflect again on a certain business case, which we defined for them. Yes. And we could see in this process that they really started discussing and started thinking, okay, where are the value streams? Who are the key actors, etc., which then helped us also to gather a better understanding how this weighing of different indicators is impacted by then a reflection by really looking at business cases and certain technologies. And these are the KPIs that we used. I will not go into detail to that because my time is running. I still have 5 minutes. 5 minutes, yeah, okay. So I also will not go into detail to the process that that was established. So this is what you see in the white paper, and you can read it if you want to. There is an entire section on this. So there is a preparation phase and a post-workshop phase that we considered, and here a sustainability assessment that has to be carried out. And the nice thing in the workshop was, it's hard to see there, but you see the spider diagram that we could collect weights from the participants. Then the participants converted this into the business canvas template. As you see here, they reflected on the business case, and based on their discussion, they reevaluated the KPIs and ranked them. And finally, they could come up with a final ranking that was different to that one that they proposed in advance in the step before. Then, of course, we still need evaluation. So we took one case for a residential microgrid. And here, the idea was to partially replace the conventional grid supply and successfully improving renewable energy reliability for multiple households and to improve the resilience of this microgrid. It was super difficult to get data for a hybrid energy storage system. That's why we took an available layout from the High Flow project based on Heigl et al. Of a vanadium redox flow battery coupled with supercapacitors. And it's so small you barely can see anything about the system layout. It's hybrid. Okay, it's supercapacitors with a vanadium redox flow battery. And we compared it with LFP batteries, a sodium-ion battery, a Prussian blue analog with hard carbon, and a single all-vanadium redox flow battery. So what was interesting was that we added here a new KPI, which is reaction time or ramp-up time. You can label it as you want, in order to put some stronger context for the need of something that responds very fast to deviations in the grid. And we had then to provide a performance matrix, as you see here. I will not go into detail. So we took old models from our previous works, updated them, and tried to remodel the model that I showed you before with more recent data. And it was quite difficult. And we could see that if we use on the one side equal weights, yes, with, let's say, some stronger preference towards carbon footprint and cost indicators, as you see here. Yes, so these are the KPIs. These were the rankings that we assumed, the equal weighting with a stronger preference towards costs and carbon footprint, as it is mostly today. Then the result would look like this. The vanadium redox flow battery performs the worst. The hybrid storage, well, it's somewhere in the intermediate. the lithium iron phosphate battery is the second best, and the sodium ion battery performs the best. But if we take the rankings from the workshop as here, and we put reaction time with a certain importance there, the results shift. And we can see that the hybrid storage becomes the dominant alternative. So we could recommend here, use something for hybrid, use something as vanadium redox flow battery with supercapacitors, because here you can really improve the quality of the local grid. However, the priorities of the targeted services can shift results. This is something we saw. So for the 4 use cases we worked on the last workshop, we had 4 different weight sets with very different results. The attributed values, as I have shown before, have a high impact on the results. That's why we propose some uncertainty analysis here. And of course, to give some feeling about the robustness, we showed here then a Monte Carlo simulation in this use case, where you can see that with a very high certainty, the hybrid variation of the supercapacitor with the vanadium redox flow batteries with a certainty of 77% is the best alternative, followed by the sodium ion battery and the lithium iron phosphate battery under the given weights and this specific business case. And here some plots to show you how the results might vary. To come to an end, the recommendations that we can derive from this is that you have to do holistic assessment. So you have to consider the different dimensions, environment, economy, social aspects. That's very trivial at the end, but barely anybody does it. It has to be standardized. So you need a good set of key performance indicators, yes? And you have to relate them to applications, to real world cases. It should be life cycle oriented. Otherwise, you might do some burden shifting. You might oversee some impacts that stem from another life cycle phase. And it has to be relevant to decision making. So you have to involve those people who are developing those technologies or who are doing the system integration or who will use it at the end. And based on their feedback, you also might have to develop new KPIs at the end. Finally, it has to be data-driven and transparent. You need fair data. Yes, that's very important, but it's very difficult if you have LCA project-specific data because you always have an NDA, and that's why you are never able to fully reconstruct the LCA, for example, of this hybrid storage set up with the supercapacitors and the vanadium redox flow battery. That's it. Time, more or less.
Wow. That was very exact 15 minutes, and that almost deserves an extra applause. Is there any immediate question to one or the other that we should take? Otherwise, I think it's one. It was all very clear. One question, like.
I haven't taken the microphone. I'm Nestor Flektos. I'm a research scientist from the Cyprus Institute. I just want to ask the difference between batteries and the capacitors in terms of their response time, and how important is the distinction there, and what applications do we see now for capacitors doing that?
Yeah,
in grids. Thank you.
Yeah. So here the assumption was that the supercapacitors have of course faster response time than the batteries, and that the batteries would suffer if you would do the same response time from high C rates, and that this would damage the battery. And you would have to over-dimension them. And this was done in this specific example. And you could see the difference also with the vanadium redox flow battery with the power stack, which impacts quite strong the CAPEX. And with the hybrid storage version, the supercapacitors allowed it to minimize the reaction stack of the vanadium redox flow battery, which, by the way, regarding the reaction time, would not be able to cover the services that would be required for this specific case. The batteries were ranked a little bit lower for the reaction time than the supercapacitors because it could bridge to a certain degree via the power conversion system, the inverters, their reaction time. So you have some playground on that. As far as we understood, it is still not the same like using a supercapacitor. So this adds a little bit more flexibility in terms of response time. So this was the logics of putting this point attribution to the reaction time. Yeah. Yeah, it's quite small. In the layout, I have to think. Oh, it is 900 kilowatts of power with 1 kilowatt hour of storage capacity. Yeah, so super small. The case, of course, there you would have to ask an electrical engineer if it would be possible to use a power conversion system to bridge that time. I don't know. Yes. But in the points that we attributed, we gave it a higher score because it's simply more flexible than the battery. The lifetime is also a little bit better than.
Excellent, thank you. And well, I guess thanks again to the white paper introductions. And I mean, you also see each other later and over the next days. And so if there's anything popping up, I think you're around.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot. Well, earlier today, we heard about the education and training aspects and how important they were to the project. And well, one of the main objectives of StoRIES was to create and to empower a new generation of researchers and technologists. And we also heard about the summer schools, and we will have a presentation of the best group from the third summer school. And I hand over to Raza Mehdi from Forschungszentrum Jülich, who will introduce the best group to us.
Thank you so much. And I would like to start with thanking to the project coordinators and especially the ones who's responsible of the transfer learning for this project to give us the opportunity to be here and also in the summer schools. We actually learned a lot during these summer schools. So actually, the story behind the story in summer school, we had to work on a specific case study, which deals with an office building where we had to propose a hybrid energy system. And of course, justified like why did we choose this exact storage system, and if it's really sustainable and economically feasible. So as I said, it's actually a thermal electrical energy storage for a case study of a net zero office building. We actually worked with, I worked with many colleagues in this project. And we started in the summer school, like the ideation and the, let's say, proposing ideas that could be applied in this case. And for this presentation, I would like to further analyze and then give more details about the work that we've done, supported by the data that we have been given. So the content of the presentation will first start with a description of the case study, the methodology that we followed to solve this problem or work on this thing. And first, we want to talk more about the data that we have, because it's a massive data set, spans for years. And then I will explain the details about the hybrid solution, the initial one that contains a battery, hot water tank, and borehole. How did we do the sizing and many other things, and then the improved solution that we proposed later on, and of course end with the results and discussion. So the case study that we worked on is actually a building of a laboratory in SINTEF campus in Trondheim, Norway. It has 80 offices. It has a photovoltaic system of 185 kilowatt peak. It already have 2 heat pumps with a total power of 30 kilowatt and the COP of 0.2. And it initially have a latent heat storage of 200 kilowatt hour, but we actually going to ignore that for the moment, and we will propose another solution. Maybe it could be better than this one. And of course, the office have connections to both electrical and thermal grids.
So the methodology that we followed for this problematic is actually defining the objectives that we want to reach by this hybrid energy storage system, which was the design and the choice and of course the sizing of the adequate hybrid storage system for this specific case study. Starting first with the data and analysis of the data that we had. Also collecting other additional infos like electricity tariffs, CO2 emissions, and district heating prices regarding Norway and specifically Trondheim, where the office is. Then we started with a baseline scenario without integrating any storage system for the moment. We wanted to see how things working without the storage to prove that the storage is worth implementing. And then the first scenario is the first configuration of the storage. And then the second one, we did some improvement on the first one. So starting with the data that we had, it's actually a massive data set that spans from December 2021 to April 2025, where we had exactly 4 data or columns: the PV production of that system, the electrical load, and the thermal load, and also the hot water consumption. It was a hourly time series of these data. First, we wanted to see if there is like missing data in the data sets, because that might have some implications later on the calculations and simulations. And we noticed that in 2021 and 2025, we actually have a lot of missing data. So we could not consider these years as a reference one. And for the other years, we still have some missing timestamps, but we can interpolate that or just remove days that have too much missing data. Focusing on the electrical data that we had, we can see that the PV production is really over or more than the electrical demand. And it actually can cover the whole demand if shifted correctly using the storage. And actually, we still have more surplus of energy. And we could say that for each year, as an average, half of the year have excess of PV. And based on the time series on the right, especially the summer example, the week from the summer, we can see that there is a really deep duck curve of the net electric load, which reflects that the PV system is really oversized. Regarding the thermal energy, we had information about the thermal load and the hot water consumption, which we converted into additional thermal power. And to sum up the whole thermal load, and we could say that the water consumption is only like 40% of the thermal load. So we wanted for this configuration, without integrating any energy storage systems, to calculate like the cost and the CO2 emissions. And then after integrating the storage systems, we would like to compare results and see if they do really make sense or not. So we started with calculating the costs for the energy, which has the cost of the electricity and the cost of the thermal power. For the electricity, we have the grid and the PV power. And for the thermal, we only have the district heating. For the cost of the electricity, electricity in Norway and specifically in Trondheim have 2 components. The first one is the consumption one, which is related to the amount of power, the hourly amount of power consumed, times the price that have 2 values, one for the night and one for the day. And also there is a penalization cost, which is related to the capacity. So even if you consume a small amount of energy and ask for too much power from the grid, you'll be penalized for that. And the prices are in the table if you go higher in power from the grid. For the cost for the energy or the electricity from the PV, we used the levelized cost of energy for PV, and the results shows that the cost of PV actually is more than 1.5 more than the energy from the electric grid. Regarding the thermal energy cost, in Trondheim, they have actually a special, let's say, cost calculation equation, and it's quite a bit similar to the electrical one. They have the consumption, the capacity, and also a third one related to the volume. It's actually related to the volume of water used to heat. So if the office uses too much water to heat the same amount of heat demand, it will be penalized based on that. But unfortunately, we don't have enough data to calculate this accurately. It's only included the consumption and the capacity one. And there's actually an interesting comment about the capacity here, is that if we consume, if you ask too much power from the grid for the district heating grid, the prices goes low actually, which will make peak shaving not really convincing for from an economic point of view. Moving to the emissions that the building is emitting during the data that we have, actually starting with the grid one, and for the grid one, actually there is a monthly emission factor for Norway. So we included that into consideration and calculated the overall CO2 emissions, and also the emissions from the PV system. And also the PV system emits a lot of CO2 emissions compared to the grid, because Norway is one of the cleanest countries in Europe. And regarding the thermal energy CO2 emissions, the factor also of emissions is too low for Norway, which resulted in 1,000 to 2,000 kilo CO2 emissions, which is not actually the case for all EU countries. For example, Ireland here is, for the same amount of energy consumed, it can reach up to 70,000 kilogram of CO2. So moving now to the initial storage solution that we proposed for this office building. It's a configuration of a lithium-ion battery with a hot water tank and a borehole thermal energy system. And starting with the lithium-ion battery, the question is, how much actually electricity do we need to shave for this office building? And in general, we could say that by load shaving, we'll gain money from reducing the capacity cost component of the cost. And this money actually will be invested in a lithium-ion battery. So what's the sweet spot of this trade-off? And after actually running many calculations for different power saving, we come up with a rule or a conclusion that says that if we keep the power from the grid under 15 kilowatts using the lithium-ion battery, the investment on the lithium-ion battery would pay off, and also at a certain point we will gain some money. And the capacity needed for this peak shaving, it's around 121 kilowatt hour. However, in the CO2 from the CO2 emissions perspective, integrating a lithium-ion battery would always increase the emissions, because Norway is one of the cleanest. It's actually the cleanest one in 2024. So fixing that size for the lithium-ion battery and running multiple simulations with that, we noticed that the charging need for the lithium and the PV axis never go simultaneously. So for example, in the winter, the PV is too low actually, and it's all used for the load, and there is nothing left for the lithium-ion battery. However, in the summer, there is of course, an excess of PV, but it's actually too high, and it covers the load, and actually we don't even need the lithium-ion battery for that. So we decided that the excess of PV will be used for charging the hot water tank and the borehole system. And actually, the sizing will be done accordingly. So as I said, for the thermal energy storage system of the hybrid system, we assume that all PV excess will be used for their charging, first for the hot water tank and then for the borehole. And both the water tank and borehole storage are sized and evaluated based on charging and discharging needs. So for the hot water tank, the maximum hour heat input available is 60 kilowatt based on the simulations. Based on a peak hot water demand, the tank is sized to 70 kilowatt hour. For daily use, the hot water tank can fully cover demand in summer, but winter demand exceeds its capacity. And the equivalent as a volume for that capacity is around 0.875 cubic meters with an investment of around 1,000 euros. For the borehole system, actually, we saw the yearly excess PV, which is around, or the mean value for that which is around 92.6 megawatt hour. This is like the energy that should be charged and kept for the winter. And taken into account the seasonal recovery efficiency, the volumetric heat capacity, and all parameters related to the borehole, the capacity of the borehole should be like 160 megawatt hour, which is equivalent to 4,756 cubic meters. But actually, the borehole could have two strategies to be sized. One is an energy-based strategy, and the other one is the power-based. For the energy, if you want to cover the energy needs, we should have two boreholes of 100-meter height. And for the power basis, if you want to cover the maximum power demand, we will need 11 boreholes with the same height. And because we have a wide range of variety in the number of boreholes needed and the capacity, of course, the investment really ranges from 70,000 euros to 375,000 euros. And the estimated CO2 emissions for the borehole, for two actually boreholes with 100-meter high, is around 9,000 kilogram of CO2 emissions. So moving to the refined or the second solution that we thought about for this exact same system, we think actually about replacing the battery with the electric vehicles. But we've taken into account some assumptions. We suppose that there is EV charging in the office building, and these chargers offer the technology of vehicle to building. And we will say that we will offer free charging for the EV users when there is excess of PV, which is not only limited for summer, but more than that actually. And we will use their batteries when we need peak shaving and load shifting in the winter and the periods that we have low PV production. And of course, we should, or at least the system that should do that, should keep the state of charge of the EV batteries within 20 to 80% to not reduce the state of health of the batteries. Using this configuration, actually, we will have like a hypothetical long-term electrical storage because we are actually shifting the overproduction in the summer to the winter, and we will not. We will get rid of the initial investment costs of the batteries, and because of most of the PV access will be used for EV charging, we can downsize the thermal storage systems and gain more money from that. So as a result of this work, we have some remarks, and starting with the energy system in Norway, which is actually a really special one compared to other EU countries. because it actually heavily depends on renewable energies, particularly hydropower, which makes the prices of energy really low and also really clean. That actually made the integrating storage system really challenging because it's hard to justify it from an economic and environmental perspective. However, can be justified as a self-sufficiency for the office building. And as a conclusion and a main takeaway from that work, we think that vehicle to everything has a lot of opportunities in Norway. For example, in 2024, 92% of the cars sold were electric in Norway. And this is actually a really massive hypothetical battery storage system that could be used for many services and offer a lot of opportunities, such as behind the meter optimization, time of use shifting, solar self-consumption. It can be used as a power backup. It can contribute to many services like local grid, balancing services such as frequency control and voltage regulation and so on. And it actually can generate some money if used, for example, to buy at low prices and sell at high prices. That's all from our side. Thank you for listening, and please ask me questions.
That's your applause and the group's applause. There's other people from the group in the room, right? Could you raise your hands so that just that we see you? That's also your applause then, maybe for everyone again. And is there any immediate question that is coming up? And thanks for taking us on that detailed journey through your endeavor.
Thank you.
Yes, right, I join you. Mark.
Thanks. Very interesting stuff. Did you consider removing the PV from the building? Like, are they actually going to rip it out and replace so they can deploy those PV panels somewhere else more meaningfully?
That was actually the first idea to come up with. Oh. But we should have integrated the hybrid energy system. Yeah, because it's clearly over dimensioned. Yeah.
Okay, and another question.
What simulation did you use? I mean, which tool did you use?
Yeah, I used Panda Power, Python. Yeah.
Okay, the next one. Or is it the request for the PV?
No, it's not a request. We have space though for the PV if you want to set it up. Just a quick one about the vehicle to grid chargers. You say that you're going to be using them as storage, but for that to work, they will need to be plugged in and remain in place during the evening hours. Yep. And did you consider that? Is this a realistic prospect?
It's actually an office building, so people have to stay there at least for 8 hours. Yeah, if of course the power of the chargers allow that, so should be like 20 kilowatt at least or something like that, like level 2 chargers. Yeah.
Okay. Any other question or remark? I don't see any. There you go.
Thank you. Regarding the question about the PV, actually what we also researched was that basically Trondheim's also exemplary with energy communities. And basically that was also a great opportunity to consider selling and sharing that excess electricity elsewhere. Certainly that was mentioned in the case study, which also came in the book, so that's why we focused on the electric vehicles, but also the energy community opportunities also there. It's very starting to getting more and more popular.
Thanks for sharing that as well. And so thanks again for the talk and for the insights. And yes, very impressive to learn about that. Thanks, and thanks to you too. Well, we are reaching the final stage of this day. And of course, we're keen to know what are your takeaways, Stefano Passerini? What are you taking home with you from today?
Getting young guys is always good. I mean, they did an excellent job. Thank you. Thanks a lot, really. What else? Keep going, insisting on the importance of energy storage. I mean, we still need to push. As a matter of fact, I'm surprised there is not much people here today, especially at the industrial partners. But there is hope for the future, right?
Of course, of course, and I see nodding in the audience, so that's a good sign. And what are your any key messages? Also, when you're maybe reflecting on the panel, is there something that you would want to highlight for the audience to take with them?
I mean, the panel discussion was very interesting. I mean, it seems to be very promising. It looks like the European, the DG Energy is actually working in the right direction. But as he said, actually, then the member states have to confirm. So definitely we need to work a lot on this level for the future.
And it's good that you have Mark with this experience from mission innovation and the experience with the government there. Maybe there's the one or the other that could be copied. We also touched upon different topics like the security also in the global context and how important all of that topic is also for the autonomy of Europe.
Yeah.
And so there's a lot you can reach out to policymakers that you have.
Yes, definitely. Actually, right now in this time, I think energy independence is maybe the strongest push for the use of, the expansion of renewable energy and energy storage, because without energy storage, we will not make it.
And maybe also an outlook, because there's 2 more days for the people here on site coming. So something that you're also looking forward, especially during the next 2 days.
This is the final meeting of the project. So more or less what it has been done in the project is known already, let's say. But definitely I have a great hope on the follow-up projects, Rise Energy, as well as hopefully the AI stories. Because I think in addition to educate our students, maybe we should also educate policymakers and find a way for them to understand what is the real importance of energy storage.
Great, excellent. I think if there's nothing more you'd like to add, then we are wrapping it up for today. And so thanks to everybody who has been here, who has been joining online. And I also wish you successful workshops during the next days and like good evening and a nice rest of the day. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Can I get a picture with you guys? I am the pastor.
The student. So you can see it's the students and not the no, I should remember. Maybe I will take the picture. Okay, will be away, okay? Ready? Now we know what the child is. Well, and the reason is Now it's the national. Yeah, three pictures.
Are you going outside to do that? Yes, yeah. I was being nice. Well, that's it. Just a fight. They like one which one means to get this. Find out from one. It's really thanks so much. Great job. Yeah. We think about the but sure. Nice to be involved in that. It didn't know how I can contribute, but when they said that there'd be a panel and it'd be good for me to I think that's absolutely. Yeah. We've had all this data, we still don't take a lot. Ignore it, ignore the message data. So the 3 years. The model. Yeah. Okay. Like if you analyze the data, you see a amount of discrepancy in the behavior. With the building system year over year, if I just that date, that hour, that date, that hour, year by year, if you actually